Martial Peak, Chapter 4707, The Four Phoenixes. Qing Wan's speed was extremely fast, so it didn't take long before they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The spirit peaks were covered in mist, and world energy was abundant in the air. Furthermore, there were many gorgeous pavilions in the mountains. Qing Wan landed lightly in front of the main hall, then she gently placed Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang down before saying, "This place is very safe. Rest here for the day. I will come and speak to you tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and departed with a flash. Watching her departing figure, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had so many questions in his heart. For example, why did the dragon clan leave the ancestral land? Where did they go? What did the seal have to do with their departure? The other divine spirits might not know anything, but Qing Wan, who was closely related to the Phoenix clan bloodline, would surely know some of the secrets. According to the information that Yang Kai had gotten so far, the Dragon clan left the ancestral land with most of the Phoenix clan many years ago. However, Qing Wan had already mentioned that she would come and speak to him tomorrow, so there was no need to hurry. He had been escaping with Xia Lin Lang over the past few days, and the consumption had been too great, so it was true that he needed to recuperate. There was nobody in the main hall when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang walked inside, so they each just found a private room and went inside to rest. On another spirit peak, Qing Wan flew over and landed. There were 3 other women waiting for her there. One was dressed in purple, one was dressed in yellow, and the last was dressed in white. The yellow-robed woman walked up and asked, "Elder sister, how is the situation?" Qing Wan replied, "I found him and brought him back, but Kun Ao kicked up such a huge fuss that all the divine spirits know about the appearance of a dragon clan member in the ancestral land. I'm afraid that the matters related to the seal cannot be delayed any longer." The purple-robed woman frowned. That seal is something both the dragon and the Phoenix clans left behind in ancient times. Since it is such a powerful seal, it must surely be related to a matter of great importance. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, so nobody knows what is being contained inside. Rashly opening the seal may bring about unpredictable consequences. Qing Wan nodded. It's true that nobody knows what it contains, but most divine spirits know about the ancestral land seal. Moreover, the seal has naturally loosened after so many years. There is no denying that extremely pure ancestral strength is leaking out from the gaps of the seal. Otherwise, nobody in the ancestral land would have joined the movement spearheaded by the Kun clan with the intention of releasing it. The other 3 women nodded lightly. During their conversation, a young man hurried over and cupped his fist. "Old ancestors, please head to the infant Phoenix Tower immediately. There's an emergency." The women's expressions changed when they heard those words, and they sped there without any hesitation. A short while later, they stood inside the infant Phoenix Tower and examined the Phoenix egg in front of them with solemn expressions. The infant Phoenix Tower was where the babies of 4 Phoenix Pavilion were housed. Any clansman who had laid a phoenix egg would place their offspring here to be nurtured. It was to ensure the survival and birth of their descendants. Unfortunately, the vitality of the phoenix egg in front of them was weakening at this very moment. It was like a candle in the wind, at risk of vanishing at any given moment. Upon seeing this, Qing Wan immediately placed her finger into her mouth without hesitation. She bit through the skin of her fingertip and forced out a drop of her own blood essence. Her bare hand then danced nimbly, drawing countless patterns on the phoenix egg. An extremely intricate and mysterious array formed in an instant. When the light shone brightly, the array was completely absorbed by the phoenix egg. The vitality that was on the verge of being extinguished slowly showed signs of stabilizing. Silently watching the phoenix egg in front of her, she gave a small sigh and asked, "How many does this make over the past 1,000 years?" The white-robed woman replied sadly, "This is the 3rd. The previous 2 did not make it. And this one might not survive either. Whether or not it could successfully hatch would depend entirely on the heavens now." The yellow-robed woman added, "The bloodlines of the 2 newly hatched are quite impure. Their future achievements will be limited." The ancestral strength was getting weaker and weaker. This place was the origin of all divine spirits, so the weakening ancestral strength naturally had a huge impact on the birth and survival of the descendants of all the divine spirits. The divine spirits of the older generation could feel these changes clearly. It was many times harder for them to improve their bloodline power now compared to when they were younger. Naturally, part of the reason was that the purer their bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to enhance their strength, but unfortunately, the biggest reason was that the ancestral strength was weakening. It had always been difficult for the Phoenix clan to have descendants, and if things continued at this rate, there would not be any new descendants with their bloodline born to them. Forget the Phoenix clan. The population of divine spirits with small numbers in the first place had withered and were practically on the verge of extinction. Elder sister, the seal, the yellow-robed woman looked at Qing Wan. Qing Wan let out a heavy sigh in response. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed out of his room. When he arrived outside the main hall, he looked up at the sky only to see 4 rays of different colored lights flying towards him. Having also noticed the commotion, Xia Lin Lang appeared beside him. A short while later, 4 women landed in front of the 2 of them. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Junior Yang Kai greets 4 seniors. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang quickly gave an elegant bow. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, her powerful perception distinctly told her that all 4 women standing in front of her were much stronger than her. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch was nothing compared to any one of them. As the leader, Qing Wan nodded lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I am Qing Wan. You might already know me. These 3 are Yuan Chu, Yuzhua, and Hong Hu. The 4 of us can be considered the oldest generation in the 4 Phoenix Pavilion." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He once read the Divine Spirit record, and according to its text, there were phoenixes of 5 different colors, namely red phoenix, azure Luan, yellow Yuan Chu, purple Yuzhua, and white Hong Hu. It could be said that the 4 women in front of him carried the purest bloodlines of the Phoenix clan other than the phoenixes themselves. Moreover, the dragon and the Phoenix clans had always had a close relationship with each other, which was why he did not feel the slightest sense of oppression from them even though the gap in their strength was so large. On the contrary, Yang Kai's dragon vein seemed to be rejoicing. "You probably have some questions for us. Similarly, we have some questions for you." Qing Wan looked at Yang Kai warmly, as if she were his elder. "Let's go inside and talk." Yang Kai nodded. Thus, they all went into the main hall and took their seats. The gazes of the 4 women were focused on Yang Kai. They constantly seemed to be examining him as though trying to figure out something from his body. "Your bloodline is strange." Qing Wan was the first to speak. "It's extremely pure, but you don't seem to be part of the Dragon Clan. Can you explain the situation to us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I am not part of the Dragon Clan, but I'm not fully human either." The purple-robed Yuzhua frowned. Even if a human obtained a dragon source by chance, their bloodline should not have been so pure. "What dragon source did you receive?" In response, Yang Kai silently stimulated the power of his dragon source. A deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the main hall in the next moment, and at the same time, a large golden dragon head seemed to awaken from dormancy and floated just behind him. The dragon eyes were majestic, seeming to overlook the universe. Qing Wan narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "Golden divine dragon source." Likewise, Yuzhua revealed a look of understanding. "No wonder. You've probably tried many ways to enhance your source strength over the years. That's why you managed to experience such growth, right?" Yang Kai nodded. "I consumed many spirit pills refined from the dragon blood flowers." After a hesitant pause, he asked, "Seniors, can you tell me about what happened to the Dragon Clan?" The women exchanged glances with each other. Then, Qing Wan explained, "We have lived in the ancestral land ever since we were born, but even we have never met the Dragon Clan before. It's only thanks to our bloodline inheritance that we know some things about the Dragon Clan. As for whether they are the truth, you will have to be the judge of that yourself. We are not deliberately trying to deceive you." This junior would not dare to think that. Yang Kai nodded slightly. She then continued, As you know, any divine spirit will be strong enough to rival a high-rank open heaven realm master in strength once they reach adulthood. As the head of all divine spirits, the Dragon Clan is no exception. Dragon Clan members who were not as strong as a high-rank open heaven realm master would always be considered juvenile dragons no matter how many years they cultivated. Only those with strength comparable to high-rank open heaven realm masters were worthy of the title Grand Dragon. Yang Kai nodded. This sentiment was something that he heard from Bai Shi in the past. According to Bai Shi, one's dragon form had to be at least 10,000 meters long for them to be worthy of the title Grand Dragon. And above the Grand Dragons are the Divine Dragons. Qin Yuan continued, the strength of a Grand Dragon is equivalent to the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, Divine Dragons are on par with 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I'm sure you're aware of the gap in strength between them. The gap in strength between each order of the Open Heaven Realm was like the difference between night and day. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was like stealing candy from a baby. The same applied if a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The difference in strength between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only be even more staggering. Meanwhile, a Divine Dragon was an existence comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The source you inherited once belonged to a Divine Dragon. Qin Yuan looked him straight in the eye. In any case, you were able to refine this source and produce a dragon vein. Regardless of your origins as part of the human race, strictly speaking, you're already part of the Dragon Clan. It's just that you are no more than a juvenile dragon based on your current strength. Hearing those words left him dumbfounded. Yang Kai had worked hard and cultivated for many years in order to achieve all the success he enjoyed today. Nevertheless, he could only be classified as a juvenile in the Dragon Clan with his current achievements. The strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. When he realized that even Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan could only be classified as juvenile dragons though, he felt a little better. Yang Kai had obtained his dragon source when he was still very young. In that case, what happened to the former owner of the source for him to die in that place? It had to be said that he was a divine dragon comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What about the Phoenix Clan source that Su Yan inherited? Both of them had been together at the time. How could a Phoenix Clan member be weak if she died beside a divine dragon? Unfortunately, what happened back then would forever remain a mystery. This is the heaven's will. Qin Yuan sighed. In the beginning, she had hoped that Yang Kai's bloodline might not be strong enough to unlock the seal even if he was part of the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, then she would only need to explain the circumstances to the divine spirits in the ancestral land and this matter might have been suppressed as a result. However, she knew that this method would not work as soon as she saw the source strength Yang Kai possessed. Although with his current dragon vein's power, he could only be classified as a juvenile dragon. His source was extremely pure. There was a possibility that he could unlock the seal, so what excuse could 4 Phoenix Pavilion use to stop the divine spirits in the ancestral land? A brief moment of silence passed before Qin Yuan asked, "Do you know why all the divine spirits in the ancestral land want to capture you?" Yang Kai replied, "I heard that they want to use my bloodline to unlock some sort of seal." Qin Yuan nodded, "So you know. In that case, this will be easy to explain. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans joined forces to leave behind a powerful seal in the ancestral land. Nobody knows what is contained within the seal. Perhaps, only the original generation of divine spirits know the truth. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and too many things have been lost over the generations, even with the inheritance of divine spirits like ourselves." Martial Peak, Chapter 4708, The Ancient Seal. At present, nobody in the ancestral land knows why the dragon and phoenix clans left this seal behind in ancient times. The only thing we can be certain of is that the seal contains an abundance of extremely pure ancestral strength. Over the years, the seal has started to loosen and the ancestral strength has begun leaking out from within. We've personally gone to investigate the seal and verified this fact, Qing Wan continued. According to my estimation, the seal was formed from ancestral strength, which is why this phenomenon is occurring. Yang Kai frowned. Since it is a seal, whatever that is contained inside cannot be a good thing. Who knows what kind of consequences we might face if we recklessly break the seal? Qing Wan smiled bitterly. How can the divine spirits in the ancestral land be unaware of this fact? But, as you know, divine spirits are generally arrogant due to their immense strength. Even if whatever that was sealed inside back then turned out to be something bad, chances are that it no longer exists after so many eons. Even if it still exists, there is nothing to fear with the immense strength of the divine spirits in the ancestral land. To the divine spirits in the ancestral land, releasing the seal might be risky, but the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits. There was pure ancestral strength leaking out of the seal. If they could release the seal, they could improve the current conditions of the ancestral land. It would be highly beneficial to the reproduction and survival of all divine spirits. If not for that, the Kuan clan would not have been adamant about breaking the seal. Yang Kai fell silent after hearing those words. There was no way a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him could resist under these circumstances, so he raised his head and asked, "What is Four Phoenix Pavilion's stance towards this matter?" Qing Wan replied, "We have always disapproved of the decision to break the seal. However, based on the general trend, it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree anymore. I will be honest with you. No less than 10 divine spirits have been lingering outside the Four Phoenix Pavilion since yesterday. Even if we wanted to send you away, we don't have the ability to do so." Wuxia added, "Besides, the seal began loosening several thousand years ago. Even if we don't take the initiative to undo the seal ourselves, it will break on its own after several thousand more years." "I understand." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "What do I need to do?" Qing Wan said, "There's nothing that you need to do in particular. The seal was left behind by the Dragon and Phoenix clans using their bloodline power, so you only need to consume some blood essence to break the seal. In 2 days, the divine spirits in the ancestral land will come to the Four Phoenix Pavilion to discuss these matters. I will let you know once the results of the discussion are out. After that, I will bring you to the Demon Sealing Land. You should get a good rest over the next 2 days." Demon Sealing Land? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is that where the seal is located? Qing Wan nodded. The situation in the Demon Sealing Land was passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Although the seal has been loosening, we have not detected any demon chi coming from within. We have no idea why it is called the Demon Sealing Land either. Perhaps, the ominous things that were sealed inside have long turned into nothing but dust over the years. Even if there existed some sort of demon chi, the divine spirits of the ancestral land were not afraid. The strength of the divine spirits could not be defeated by something as trivial as demon chi. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang focused on their recovery. 2 days later, Four Phoenix Pavilion opened its gates. Numerous overwhelmingly powerful auras entered one after another, each one representing a mighty divine spirit. Inside the main hall, several dozen people slowly filled the seats. Even though the divine spirits arrived at different times, they each found a suitable seat for themselves in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Qing Wan and the 3 other Phoenix women sat in a row of seats situated at the topmost position. Yang Kai sat upright to the left and below them, looking down with his head lowered. Every single divine spirit that entered the room would study him with great interest. Some of them would even reveal curious expressions. Most of the divine spirits had been born and raised in the ancestral land all their lives, so the Dragon Clan was a rare sight to them. They had only ever heard of the Dragon Clan but never seen one with their own eyes. Sitting directly opposite Yang Kai was Kuan Ao of the Kuan Clan. His gaze would sweep over Yang Kai from time to time, and he did not bother to conceal his murderous intent. Likewise, the dragon vein in Yang Kai's body seemed eager to fight. The hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline was an inheritance passed down from ancient times. Even if hundreds of thousands of years had passed, this hatred would never disappear as long as their respective bloodlines continued to exist. More than half of the divine spirits in attendance were comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the rest were not as powerful, they were at least the equivalent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that all of them were mature divine spirits. Meng had come too. She was also part of the ancestral land after all. The seal in the demon sealing land would affect the growth of her descendants, so she had to make an appearance. Nonetheless, she did not say a word to Yang Kai. The first reason was that the situation was inappropriate. The other reason was that he had the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Many divine spirits might be in attendance today, but they posed no threat to him. In just an incense stick, all the seats in the main hall had been filled. All the divine spirit clans had sent a representative to attend the meeting today. Qing Yuan's beautiful eyes took in the scene in front of her for a moment before she spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin our discussion. Kuan Ao grinned. What else needs to be discussed about the seal? We've waited for so many years, and now, a dragon clan member has finally appeared in the ancestral land. Who knows how much longer we will have to wait if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers? Why don't we all express our attitude towards this matter and be done with it? The minority will obey the majority. What do you think, Qing Yuan? Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing more and simply nodded lightly. Now that things had come to this, she had already mentally prepared herself for how the situation would develop. Nothing would change no matter how much she objected to the decision. Kuan Ao laughed. I'm sure you're all aware of the situation in the demon sealing land, so there's no need to say anything more. Do we maintain the seal as it is? Or, do we take a risk to release the seal and allow the ancestral strength to flood this land again so that our descendants never worry about reproduction issues again? Make your choice. Nobody is forcing you. The Kuan clan supports the decision to release the seal. We have also been working hard towards this goal for many years. You've witnessed our efforts for yourselves. Those who are willing to progress with us, please show your support. I agree to releasing the seal. Tao Wu, who was sitting beside Kuan Ao, grinned widely. As do I. Bian responded immediately. I. There were a series of voices ringing out in the grand hall. Although some of the divine spirits did not express their opinions, those who agreed to break the seal had already occupied the majority. Kuan Ao nodded in satisfaction, then he turned to look at Qing Yuan. This is what the people in the ancestral land want. Qing Yuan, there's no need for the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to stop us again, right? Qing Yuan quietly replied, since you all believe that releasing the sea is the better choice, for Phoenix Pavilion will not say anything more. Let us proceed. Good. Kuan Ao laughed out loud. But, before that, for Phoenix Pavilion has a condition. Qing Yuan suddenly glared at him. Speak freely. She then pointed at Yang Kai. After the matter with the seal has been completed, I will escort him from this place. No one is allowed to harm him or stop him. She stared at Kuan Ao fixedly while speaking those words. It was obvious that her words were directed at him. There were numerous divine spirits in the ancestral land, but the only ones with an irresolvable grudge against the Dragon Clan was the Kuan clan. As long as Kuan Ao gave his word, Yang Kai would not be in any danger. After all, who else among the rest of the divine spirits would go out of their way to kill a Dragon Clan member for no reason? While it was true that the Dragon Clan had left the ancestral land a very long time ago, who could guarantee that they would not return one day? They would definitely settle all their debts upon their return. Kuan Ao nodded readily. Rest assured. The only reason I dealt with him previously was for the seal. This Kuan Ao is a man of honor and will not make trouble for a mere brat. Don't forget what you said. Qing Yuan nodded faintly. Kuan Ao then stood up. It has been so long, and it's rare for all the divine spirits in the ancestral land to be so united. There's no day like today. Why don't we head to the demon sealing land now? Qing Yuan glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, and Yang Kai nodded. "It's fine with me." Only then did she say, "Let's set off then." Many divine spirits stood up, and a short while later, countless streams of light sliced through air as they sped off into the distance. Yang Kai was surrounded by Qing Yuan and the three others. Along the way, Qing Yuan reminded him, "The foundation of the seal is built on bloodline power. If you want to break the seal, you will need to consume your own blood essence. Do your best, but don't be too greedy for achievements or you will damage your foundation." "This junior understands." Yang Kai nodded. The demon sealing land was located at the very edge of the ancestral land, and the nearer they got to it, the more Yang Kai could feel the peculiar force lingering in the world getting stronger. This power was extremely beneficial to the divine spirits. However, it was unique to the ancestral land and practically impossible to find in the outside world. Forget Yang Kai, who was a newcomer to this place. Even the divine spirits living in this place did not know much about the ancestral strength. Nevertheless, this power was undeniably related to the growth and reproduction of all the divine spirits. Even so, the margin of increase was not very large. The reason for this phenomenon was most likely that the seal had loosened and the ancestral strength was leaking out from inside the seal. Approximately half a day later, Yang Kai saw an enormous grand array rising up from the ground in the distance, with several array nodes towering up into the clouds. Moreover, there was another grand array visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground. At this moment, countless figures were gathered around the grand array. These figures came in all shapes and sizes, and every one of them was different from the next. Some looked like beasts while others had humanoid forms. Yang Kai looked around in astonishment. The white-robed Hong who was closest to him, explained, "The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land is more abundant. So many juniors like to cultivate here. My sisters and I used to fight many other divine spirits here over territorial issues." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. To which she smiled, who was not young once. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. In the demon sealing land below them, two young divine spirits were fighting in their true forms. It was probably, as she explained earlier, they were competing over a cultivation spot. There were many other young divine spirits in the surroundings who cheered and watched the fight, making for a lively scene. Unfortunately, this fight was bound to be cut short at this moment. The older generation of the divine spirits arrived with great fanfare, causing the younger generation of divine spirits to look up in astonishment. "All juniors are to leave." Kun Ao took the lead, waving his hand to chase off the younger generation of divine spirits without the slightest trace of politeness. All of a sudden, a large wing spread out and covered the entire sky. The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and the younger generation of divine spirits gathered below screamed in panic. There was no saying where the wind had taken them. Many furious gazes shot toward Kun Ao, but he simply declared resolutely, "What are you looking at? There were Kun clan juniors here too. This king treated them all equally. Is there a problem?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4709, Behind the Gate. Inside the ancestral land, both the Kun clan and the Phoenix clan were considered major clans. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many clansmen. Ordinary divine spirits could not afford to provoke either of them. Everybody had witnessed Kun Ao's actions earlier. Although his secret technique had swept many of the younger generation away, his strength had been controlled perfectly and there was no intention to wound. Hence, these people only glared at him viciously for a moment before they withdrew their gazes. Afterward, many gazes turned to focus on Qing Yuan and Yang Kai instead with great expectations. "What do I do?" Yang Kai asked. Qing Yuan replied, "You only need to stand in the middle of the grand sealing array and match our actions later." He nodded and came to stand in the center of the enormous grand array under everybody's watchful eyes. As soon as he took his position, Qing Yuan shouted, "Begin!" Yuan Chu, Yu Zhuo, and Hong Hu nodded in unison. The four figures flickered and flashed, each standing at the four corners of the grand array. In the next moment, Their majestic divine spirit aura permeated the air and a sharp piercing cry resounded throughout the world. Rays of azure, purple, yellow, and white lights shone out brightly, and the 4 women transformed back into their true bodies. 4 enormous Phoenix clan members, each more than 10,000 meters tall, spread out their wings and threw back their heads with a loud cry. A violent gust of wind raged around them, causing sand and rock to fly in the air. Yang Kai was dazzled by the sight. Although he had seen the Phoenix clan's true appearance before, he had never seen any that were so huge and terrifying. At the same time, a horrifying pressure spread out. Even though they were not deliberately targeting him, it was enough to make his body feel extremely heavy. They cried out again, and 4 streams of blood essence spewed out from the mouths of Qing Yuan and the 3 others to splatter upon the Grand Array. In that instant, the Grand Array hummed and the void trembled. Yang Kai roared involuntarily. Following the sound of the dragon roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind him and plunged into his body. In the next moment, his body swelled, his hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon scales covered his body, 2 dragon horns thrust out of his forehead, a dragon tail flicked behind him, and dragon beard fluttered below his jaw when he shook his head fiercely. The small humanoid figure abruptly erupted into a several thousand-meter tall behemoth. The divine spirits watching by the sides frowned in response, however. They had assumed that Yang Kai was a pure-blooded dragon clan member, but the person in front of them was half-human and half-dragon. That undoubtedly indicated that his bloodline was not as pure as they had imagined. Can the seal be broken with such a weak bloodline? In any case, the arrow had been released and there was no turning back now. They could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and quietly watch how things unfolded. Inside the Grand Array, Yang Kai could feel the power of the dragon vein in his body surging violently and the vitality in his chest churning fiercely. A mouthful of blood essence was then forced from his throat and splattered onto the Grand Array. After the Grand Array had been stimulated by blood essence of Qing Yuan and the others, the lights had been flashing and flickering endlessly. With the addition of Yang Kai's dragon blood, the light shone even more brightly than before. Numerous patterns inside the Grand Array lit up and linked together to become one. Furthermore, the dragon and phoenix blood that was sprayed across the Grand Array wriggled about within its patterns, like some sort of living thing. With the passage of time, the illusory phantom of a heavy set of gates appeared in the sky above the Grand Array. The magnificent gates stood in the sky between the heavens and the earth. There had been no trace of these gates before, and it was not until this moment that they were revealed in all their glory. Many of the divine spirits looked up with excited expressions on their faces. The demon sealing land was not a restricted area, and many among the younger generation of divine spirits liked to cultivate here. Most of the older generation of divine spirits had also investigated this place in the past, but regardless of their identities, nobody had ever discovered any traces of this gate before. Be that as it may, this gate had appeared when the dragon and phoenix blood mixed with each other. In other words, there was a high possibility that the seal could be broken. The predicament that had plagued the divine spirits in the ancestral land for countless years was finally showing signs of being resolved. How could they not be eager and excited? As time passed, the gate that stood in the sky became more and more solid. It was almost as though it actually existed. However, everyone could see that the gate was not a solid entity, but the manifestation of great energy. It was the seal itself. What was contained behind the gate were the secrets that had been hidden from the ancestral land for countless generations. An hour later, the light shining from the Grand Array gradually showed signs of growing dim. However, the gates showed no signs of opening in the slightest. Kuan Ao shouted, "Qing Yuan, it's not enough." Upon hearing those words, Qing Yuan and the 3 others spat out another mouthful of blood essence while in the center of the Grand Array, Yang Kai did the same. The light of the Grand Array that had faded slightly was instantly revived to its full glory. The 2 forces intertwined and entangled inside the Grand Array, spreading towards the heavy gates like vines. The divine spirits could clearly sense that the 2 forces were none other than the bloodline powers of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. There seemed to be a pair of large invisible hands that pushed and shoved at the heavy gates. Accompanied by a creaking sound that reverberated throughout the world, the heavy gates slowly opened by a crack. The eyes of Kun Ao and the other divine spirits immediately brightened in excitement as they stared fixedly at the gate. Extremely pure force emerged from the gap that had opened. It was ancestral strength. It was just that none of the divine spirits had ever felt the existence of such a powerful ancestral strength in many, many years. Thus, they couldn't help feeling warm and protected when the force enveloped them. Standing in the middle of the grand array, Yang Kai felt these changes even more clearly. Under the stimulation of that force, he could feel the power of his dragon vein boiling furiously. His bloodline was becoming purer and purer at a speed that he could detect. The most notable change was that his huge body that had originally reached its limits had grown again, and the bloodline in his body burst out like the roar of the rushing river. The heavy gate opened at a very slow speed. It took more than an hour just to open up a crack that was no more than 3 fingers wide. It was obvious that even more of the bloodline power from the dragon and the phoenix clans were needed to break the seal. Qing Luan, Yang Kai, and the others forced out their blood essence once more to stimulate the power of the grand array. After 3 days, the gates were finally mostly opened, and it would not be long before the seal was broken. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was starting to reach his limits. Releasing this seal had required the consumption of his blood essence, and such consumption was so great that it was damaging his vitality. Compared to Qing Luan and the others, his bloodline was no stronger than that of a juvenile dragon in the first place. His bloodline might be pure enough, but he simply could not withstand the consumption. Besides, Qing Luan and the others had 4 people working together while he was alone. The consumption he experienced was 4 times that of Qing Luan and the others. At this moment, his complexion was very pale, and even his large figure seemed a little shaky and unsteady, like he could collapse at any moment. There was no doubt that Kun Ao had also discovered this fact. He would glance at the gate from time to time before he glanced back at Yang Kai. An inexplicable light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Qing Luan naturally noticed this and shouted, "Don't even think about it, Kun Ao. If anything happens to him, for Phoenix Pavilion will never break the seal." Kun Ao's face twitched at those words, but he soon just chuckled. "You're overthinking things, Qing Luan. I'm just worried about whether this brat can persevere until the end. Since you've said as much though, I'm sure there will be no problems on his part." The truth was that he had indeed thought about it. If Yang Kai could no longer withstand the pressure of releasing the seal, he could simply slaughter him on the grand array itself. After all, based on the current situation, it would seem that the seal could be broken as long as there was an adequate amount of Dragon Clan blood. The life or death of the Dragon Clan member providing the blood had nothing to do with him. However, seeing as Qing Luan had already warned him, Kun Ao could only give up on his idea. All his efforts would be in vain if 4 Phoenix Pavilion refused to cooperate again because he killed this Dragon Clan member. Qing Luan looked at Yang Kai in concern. "Take some time to recover. There's no hurry." Yang Kai nodded quietly and sat down in the middle of the grand array without further ado. He silently activated his secret technique and frantically devoured the ancestral strength that was pouring out of the seal. His physique wriggled while at the same time, his bloodline steadily became purer and purer. Even his half-dragon form experienced huge growth. Over the past few days, his half-dragon form had grown by at least 30 meters, and that was with him not even concentrating on cultivating. What's more, this was the result when the seal was not broken completely. If he could release the seal completely, how much more would the ancestral strength benefit him? Yang Kai could somewhat understand why the divine spirits in the ancestral land was so eager to break the seal now. The ancestral strength was simply far too beneficial to the cultivation and growth of divine spirits. Not many divine spirits could resist in the face of such a temptation. Even Qing Luan and the others were not that repulsed by the idea of releasing the seal, or they would never have been so cooperative in the first place. Half a day later, Yang Kai stood up and spewed out another mouthful of blood essence on the grand array. The heavy gates had opened by more than half at this point, and with the help of this mouthful of dragon blood, the gap widened a little more again. Another day passed by in the same manner. 7 whole days after they began releasing the seal, the grand array shone brightly when Yang Kai spewed out one last mouthful of dragon blood. Then, the heavy gates finally opened completely. Yang Kai immediately collapsed to the ground, his enormous half-dragon form shrinking rapidly to transform back into his human form. Qing Luan and the others quickly released their true body transformations and rushed to his side to help him up. "How are you feeling?" Yuan Chu asked. Yang Kai was as pale as a sheet, but he slowly shook his head. "I just consumed too much energy. It's not a big problem." Qin Luan nodded, "As long as you have not damaged your foundation." After saying that, she looked up at the gates. The gates were opened, and an abundance of ancestral strength was pouring out of them. Be that as it may, when the time came, all the divine spirits simply stood there motionlessly. Nobody scrambled to be the first to enter the gates. After all, nobody knew what was waiting for them. Kuan Ao turned to look behind him. In that direction, a figure stepped forward with a hideous expression on his face. It was none other than Qing Yang, who had stumbled into the ancestral land while pursuing Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. He had not been present when the divine spirits rushed here earlier, and there was no telling when he had arrived at this place. When all the divine spirits in the surroundings turned to look at him, he felt his skin tightening in apprehension, even though he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. "Don't forget what you promised me, Kuan Ao," Qing Yang shouted grimly. Kuan Ao smiled. "Of course. I will ask Kuan Yu to escort you out of the ancestral land after this. You will not be able to leave the ancestral land without the escort of a divine spirit." Qing Yang coldly snorted. He would never have agreed to Kuan Ao's demands if not for his wish to leave the ancestral land. It was just that he was currently living under their eaves, so he had no choice but to bow down to their wishes. Looking up at the heavy gates, Qing Yang drew the power of his small universe to wrap around his body. Then he soared into the sky and plunged through those gates to vanish out of sight. After seeing this exchange, how could the divine spirits not realize that Kuan Ao had sent Qing Yang to scout the way ahead? Bright Sun Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so even if the situation inside was very dangerous, it was impossible for him not to survive and return with some useful information. Therefore, the divine spirits waited silently. Less than an incense stick later though, Qing Yang returned from within the gates. It was just that his complexion was extremely pale and his aura was especially chaotic, almost as though he had suffered a huge blow. Martial Peak, Chapter 4710, Ancestral Spirit Fruit. Under the watch of the many divine spirits, Qing Yang rushed out of the demon sealing land. His complexion was incredibly pale and his aura was in disarray. There were faint traces of scales appearing on his exposed skin, and the nails on both his hands grew rapidly. "Monster transformation!" Qin Luan shouted from where she stood beside Yang Kai. The ancestral land was the origin of all divine spirits, and there was an extremely peculiar force in this land that was highly beneficial to the reproduction and growth of those divine spirits. However, this force was a poison that could become lethal to living creatures that were not divine spirits. This was something that Qing Luan mentioned to Yang Kai previously. That was why the living creatures existing in the ancestral land were generally divine spirits or those with the divine spirit bloodline. It was impossible for a pure human cultivator to stay in the ancestral land for a long time, as once the ancestral strength invaded their bodies, there was a high possibility that they would suffer from horrible consequences. Those consequences were monster transformation. Qing Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and his strength was incredibly powerful. Even so, he was already being eroded by the ancestral strength and showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. It was conceivable just how abundant and intense the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was that even a master like Qing Yang could not resist. That was why many of the divine spirits rejoiced at the sight of his miserable state. The stronger the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land, the better it was for them. What's inside? Kuan Ao asked while looking at Qingyang. Qingyang shook his head while resisting the ancestral strength that was invading his body. It's too vast. I couldn't investigate much, but it shouldn't be dangerous for divine spirits like you. Kuan Ao, I need to leave this place. The sooner, the better. Before entering the demon sealing land, his strength was enough that he could easily resist the erosion of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land, even though it had been gnawing at him without pause. Now that he had fallen into this state, though, the symptoms of monster transformation would become irreversible if he did not leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become an existence that was neither monster nor human. Kuan Ao stared at Qingyang deeply as though trying to judge whether the latter was speaking the truth, but a short while later he shouted, Kuan Yu. The white-robed youth who fought Yang Kai on several occasions previously came forward. Send him away. Kuan Ao waved his hand dismissively. Although he was a domineering man, he was not a dishonest person. Yes. Kuan Yu accepted the order and gestured to Qingyang politely. Qingyang coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He did not wish to spend another moment in this place. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at Yang Kai with an inexplicable look in his eyes before he departed. He had pursued Yang Kai deep into the ancestral land because of the World Spring. As a result, not only did he fail to obtain the World Spring, but he also brought great trouble down upon himself. It was truly very unlucky. Now that Yang Kai was in the ancestral land, obtaining the World Spring had become nothing more than a dream. Just Yang Kai's identity as a Dragon Clan member was enough to frighten Qingyang greatly. If he had known that Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member beforehand, he would never have interfered in this chaos. After Kuan Yu sent Qingyang away, Kuan Ao finally turned a hungry gaze at the heavy gates that stood wide open in front of him and grinned. What do you all think? Qingyang had returned safely, which indicated that there were no dangers inside. Therefore, the many divine spirits were eager to make a move. Some could barely hold themselves back at this point. It was just that the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had not made any moves yet, so they could not act so indiscreet. Qin Luan voiced her opinion. Since the seal has already been broken, we should go inside and take a look. Kuan Ao laughed. In that case, this king will go on ahead and scout the way for you. He beckoned with his hand while speaking, leading the masters of the Kuan clan to plunge through the gates and vanish out of sight. How could the rest of the divine spirits hold back after seeing that? They all rushed forward and entered the gates one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only the Phoenix clan remained. Qin Luan lowered her head to look at Yang Kai and ask, How are you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's nothing serious. What do you plan to do next? If you wish to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the ancestral land. However, Yang Kai looked up at the seal gates and declared, I want to go inside and have a look. Qin Luan nodded. You contributed greatly to the breaking of the seal, so there's no issue if you wish to go inside and have a look. However, you should come with us and not act on your own. This junior understands. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Qin Luan lead the masters of the Phoenix clan into the seal gates with great fanfare. A vast land spread out in front of their eyes as soon as they stepped into the demon sealing land. Strictly speaking, this world was not much different from the ancestral land. It was just that the ancestral strength here was extremely rich. All the Phoenix clan members couldn't help taking a deep breath. Stimulated by this power, their clear and piercing cries rose and fell one after another as colorful Phoenix clan members of various different shapes and sizes revealed their true bodies and fluttered their wings. Even Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing mentally and physically. He felt like a wanderer who finally returned home after traveling the world for many years. His weakened body also recovered its vitality more rapidly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. This place is still part of the ancestral land. Qin Luan murmured under her breath while looking around her surroundings. Having lived in the ancestral land for countless years, it was only natural that she was familiar with the situation in her home. The land behind the seal gates was part of the ancestral land, and there was essentially no difference between this place and the outside. Yuan Chu seemed pensive. Did the dragon and phoenix clans split the ancestral land into two parts in ancient times? Did they then turn this place into the demon sealing land? Yu Zhuo nodded. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain this phenomenon. The ancestral land had been divided into two parts in ancient times. One part became the place where the various divine spirit clans lived for many years, and the other part became the sealed land known as the demon sealing land. Hence, it was no wonder such pure ancestral strength spilled out from the demon sealing land. It was because this place was part of the ancestral land in the first place. Due to various unpredictable reasons, the ancestral strength in the outside half of the ancestral land was growing weaker and weaker. Even the reproduction and survival of the various divine spirit clans were facing issues as a result. On the contrary, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land remained well preserved. The mysterious force was rich and abundant. Cheng Yang had entered this place for a brief period earlier, and when he returned, he claimed that the inside was extremely vast. At the time, nobody understood what he meant, as this place was a sealed land after all, so how big could it be? It would now seem that it was certainly very large. The various divine spirits that entered this place earlier were nowhere to be seen, making it obvious that they had ventured deeper to investigate the situation. If there are no dangers in this land, then there will be no need to worry about the futures of the divine spirits in the ancestral land again, Hong Hu said softly. The intensity of the ancestral strength was so great that it was enough to satisfy the needs of the growth and reproduction of the various divine spirit clans. If the infant phoenix tower was relocated here, the little ones would surely be born healthy. This place must be known as the demon sealing land for a reason. There might be dangers that we don't know about lurking around. We must investigate carefully. Qin Yuan maintained a vigilant attitude. Under her command, Yuan Chu, Yu Zhuo, and Hong Hu each led a team of clansmen and set off in different directions. On the other hand, she traveled only with Yang Kai. There were no abnormalities during their travels, but when Qin Yuan turned around to see Yang Kai, she saw him hesitating to speak. Thus, she smiled and said, "If you have something to ask, go ahead and speak freely. You are part of the Dragon Clan, which has a deep connection with my Phoenix Clan. There's no need to be so reserved." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly for a moment before he said, "Senior, I have many friends with divine spirit bloodlines. It's just that we came from a remote land, and without a proper cultivation method, they have been unable to solve the issue of promoting their bloodlines. Therefore, I wish to bring them to the ancestral land after things have settled here. This place will be of immense help to their growth. Will the divine spirits in the ancestral land reject them?" Qin Yuan shook her head and said, "All divine spirits have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. That is because this place is the origin of all divine spirits. If you can come, then so can the others. Miameng only entered the ancestral land 100 years ago, and nobody criticized her for anything." Yang Kai quickly pointed out, "Senior Miameng is powerful." Qin Yuan chuckled in response, "That's true. Are your friends not strong?" According to the classification of the divine spirits, they are all considered as juveniles. Most importantly, many of them are Dragon Clan members. Qin Yuan immediately understood the issue. The Dragon Clan and the Kun Clan were bitter enemies, so if a bunch of juvenile dragons were to enter the ancestral land, the Kun Clan would not sit back and do nothing. At that time, how could those juvenile divine spirit defend themselves? Qin Yuan pondered in silence for a moment before offering, "You may send them to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. With the Phoenix Clan watching over them, the Kun Clan will not be able to act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai bowed and thanked her. She waved her hand lightly, "It's nothing. But only by becoming strong themselves will they prevent others from causing trouble for them." Yang Kai nodded, "I will tell them to cultivate hard." While they were conversing with each other, a large tree suddenly appeared on the horizon. The tree had branches that were thick with leaves, and among the lush foliage, there were also some colorful fruits that were just vaguely out of sight. A strange fragrance filled the air. Both of them revealed surprised expressions, and upon approaching the tree, they stopped and studied it. Xianxia could not recognize these fruits, but he instinctively sensed that they would be highly beneficial to him. Qingyuan furrowed her brow tightly at first, but a short while later, she seemed to recall something. Raising a hand, she picked one of the spirit fruits and examined it carefully, exclaiming in astonishment after a moment, "Ancestral spirit fruit! I can't believe that there are ancestral spirit fruits here." Xianxia asked curiously, "Is it something good?" Qingyuan took a breath to steady herself before explaining, "This is an excellent treasure for all divine spirits. As you know, the ancestral land is filled with a mysterious force we call ancestral strength. This force is highly beneficial to the growth, reproduction, and cultivation of the divine spirits. The reason the others were so adamant about unsealing the demon sealing land is that the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. They wanted to find a solution to the problem." Xianxia nodded in understanding. These ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength, so they can practically be said to be a condensed ancestral strength. Xianxia's expression changed. Qingyuan continued, "Even the ancestral land that we lived in used to have ancestral spirit fruits in ancient times. It's just that the ancestral spirit fruits went extinct as the ancestral strength gradually weakened. I can't believe they still exist in this place. It's my first time seeing one." Looking up at the tree, she added, "There are 8 more fruits. Let's pick them first." Xianxia quickly nodded and left in a flash. A short while later, he returned with 4 fruits in each hand. Qingyuan handed the fruit in her hand over to him and declared, "Take this too." Xianxia was flabbergasted. Naturally, he wanted something as amazing as the ancestral spirit fruit. However, he never imagined that Qingyuan would give all of them to him, so he asked in astonishment, "Senior, why don't we split these equally between us?" Martial Peak, Chapter 47:11, Black Giant Spirit God. It was bad manners to take everything for oneself. Besides, the ancestral spirit fruits were extremely precious and would surely be useful to Qingyuan too. Qingyuan, however, just smiled and said, "Take them. With how far my bloodline has advanced, it is no longer something that eating an ancestral spirit fruit or 2 can help. It is similar to one's growth in the open heaven realm. The higher one's order, the longer it will take to slowly accumulate one's strength. Now that the demon sealing land has been opened, the ancestral land will not lack for ancestral strength in the future. My cultivation will not be a problem thanks to that. On the other hand, your bloodline purity has a lot of room for growth. These ancestral spirit fruits will be very useful to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Many thanks, Senior." Xianxia happily put the ancestral spirit fruits away. They then continued onward. Xianxia looked around carefully, hoping to find more ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, even for this region of the ancestral land that had been sealed away for countless years, ancestral spirit fruits were not something that could be found everywhere. Aside from the fruit tree earlier, the pair did not find another one no matter how far they went. As they ventured deeper into the land, both Xianxia and Qingyuan detected an unusual phenomenon. The ancestral strength in this land seemed to be guided by some unknown force to converge in a certain direction. The signs were not particularly obvious when they first entered the demon sealing land, so no one had noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the signs became increasingly obvious as they ventured deeper into this land. Feeling slightly apprehensive, they began traveling in that direction. About an hour later, both of them involuntarily narrowed their eyes slightly. As far as they could see, an enormous chain stretched out into the distance, penetrated deep into the void, and disappeared out of sight. The chain was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and so thick that it more closely resembled a mountain. What was even more shocking was that this chain was not an actual solid object, but rather the manifestation of pure energy. Moreover, the aura radiating from those chains was extremely familiar to both Qingyuan and Xianxia. After coming up to the end of the chain and quietly scanning it for a moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. "Senior, is this chain comprised entirely of ancestral strength?" Qing Luan nodded heavily with a serious expression. "Indeed." Yang Kai drew a sharp breath. The ancestral strength in the demon's sealing land was extremely strong. Compared with the ancestral land outside, it was as different as night and day, and now there was a huge chain manifested from ancestral strength in front of them. If they had not witnessed this sight with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it possible. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans had split the ancestral land and sealed the demon sealing land. Not to mention, the ancestral strength had been transformed into these chains. Just what secrets were hidden in this place, and what was being restrained by this chain? Qing Luan looked in the direction where the chain extended, and her deep gaze seemed to break through space. However, even with her powerful eyesight, she could not see what was on the other end of the chain. As far as she could see, the other end of the chain was shrouded in a dense mist that blocked her vision. "Let's go take a look." With no other option, she surged her power to wrap around Yang Kai before speeding off in that direction. It took 2 whole hours for them to arrive in front of a behemoth. Standing in the air, the two of them stared blankly at the gargantuan figure before them in stunned surprise. The behemoth had a humanoid figure and a distinctly bald head. Sitting upon the earth, he resembled a great deity. What's more, there were numerous chains penetrating his chest. The chain that Qing Luan and Yang Kai saw earlier was only one of the chains, and there were actually 15 others. At this moment, many divine spirits had already arrived at this place. Like Qing Luan and Yang Kai, they had clearly ventured deep into the demon sealing land, noticed one of the 16 chains, and followed it to investigate the situation. Many of the divine spirits had transformed into their true forms, their large figures ranging from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters tall, yet all of them still seemed as insignificant as ants in front of this behemoth. They flew around the giant like a gathering of flies and mosquitoes. "A giant spirit god?" Yang Kai murmured. The behemoth in front of him was a giant spirit god, but this giant spirit god looked very different from the giant spirit god, Ada, whom he met outside the star boundary in the past. Mainly, this giant spirit god in front of him was as black as ink. Yang Kai did not know much about the giant spirit god clan. Ada was not this color, but he did not dare to say that there were no such clansmen in the giant spirit god clan. It was just that. A giant spirit god was sealed in the middle of the demon sealing land. It was truly a shock in discovery. Yang Kai had met a giant spirit god in the past, so he knew just how tyrannical this race could be. The giant spirit gods were among the strongest beings in the world. Even the divine spirits were not their opponents. Fortunately, the heavens were fair in all things, so there were very few giant spirit gods in the 3,000 worlds. Each giant spirit god was an invincible existence, but all of them were very mild-mannered and innocent, almost like little children. The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds and never caused trouble for others. Even if other people were to provoke or attack them, such actions were akin to a mosquito biting a human to them. In any case, the questions regarding the chains had been answered. The chains turned out to be restraining a giant spirit god. Yang Kai could not imagine just what had happened in the ancestral land back then for the divine spirits to actually restrain a giant spirit god here. This giant spirit god was also clearly dead. So many years had passed after all, so even for an existence as strong as a giant spirit god, it would be impossible to survive under the constant erosion of the omnipresent ancestral strength here. Besides, Yang Kai did not sense the slightest trace of vitality from the giant spirit god. A figure flew over. It was Yuan Chu of the Phoenix clan. Standing beside Qing Luan's side, she called out, "Big sister." Qing Luan nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "What is the situation?" Yuan Chu reported, "I only arrived in incense before you. According to my investigation, the giant spirit god's vitality has been completely extinguished, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. We should carry out a more thorough investigation, After all, it would be a disaster for the ancestral land if he turns out to be still alive. Good. Qing Wan nodded. While speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side. Kuan Ao was walking over from that direction and came to stand beside her before speaking in a low voice. The situation in the demon sealing land is rather unexpected indeed. Qing Wan remained silent. Kuan Ao thus continued, although I don't know what happened in the past, the divine spirits in the ancestral land must have fought a grand battle against this giant spirit god. In the end, they split the ancestral land into two parts. This place was sealed as the demon sealing land, and the ancestral strength was used to restrain this giant spirit god. Cut the nonsense, Qing Wan snapped coldly. Kuan Ao grinned. You have always been worried that releasing the seal would bring about undesirable consequences to the ancestral land, and it seems that your worries were not unfounded. Something amazing was indeed sealed within the demon sealing land. But it would seem that it's not such a big deal after all. The giant spirit god's vitality has been extinguished and he has been dead for countless years. It's still better to be careful. Qing Wan's brow furrowed slightly. The giant spirit gods have tenacious vitality. No matter how many years have passed, as long as they retain the slightest trace of life, they can revive themselves. We do not know why this giant spirit god was sealed here, but we had best act with due caution. Of course, it's better to act carefully. I am planning to enter his body to investigate the situation. Will you come with me, Qing Wan? He suggested. Good. She readily nodded in agreement. The two did not hesitate to gather a few other divine spirits, including Mie Meng, Tao Tai, and Bain. Then 8 figures rose into the sky in an impressive manner and entered the giant spirit god's body via his giant nostril. The rest of the divine spirits waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood beside Yuzhua and observed the giant spirit god. All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ends of the chains. The 16 chains penetrated the giant spirit god's body, but there seemed to be something acting as a kind of source or anchor at the end of each chain. These objects attracted the ancestral strength from all over the ancestral land and transformed it into these chains. Among these objects, there was a palace that resembled an illusory and transparent crystal, a big tree burning with a fiery light, and a pearl glimmering with a soft light. Yang Kai's gaze soon fixed on the palace that was as transparent as a crystal. He could sense a resonance with that palace from deep within his bloodline. That is probably the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Yu Zhuo commented. Crystal Palace? Yang Kai raised a brow curiously. Yu Zhuo saw his confusion and explained, there are many divine spirit clans living in the ancestral land, and according to the records in the ancient books, each divine spirit clan has their own respective sacred treasure. These sacred treasures contain the inheritance of each clan, so they are of great help to the cultivation of the clansmen. It is just that nobody has ever seen the sacred treasures of their respective clans for generations. We always assumed that the dragon and the phoenix clans took the sacred treasures away with them when they left. I can't believe that these sacred treasures have remained here. It would seem that many of the divine spirits in the ancestral land took part in sealing this giant spirit god. The sacred treasures were left here to guide the ancestral strength to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. She then pointed at the large tree burning with a fiery light. That is probably the Phoenix clan's immortal parasol tree. And that is probably the Golden Crow clan's Fu Sang divine tree. Even though she had only heard of these sacred treasures and never seen them before, she named each of them carefully with seemingly great familiarity. Yang Kai silently memorized them all. Unlocking the demon sealing land could be said to be a series of unexpected occurrences. In any case, just seeing so many sacred treasures that only existed in legends made this trip worthwhile to the divine spirits in the ancestral land. The sacred treasures represented the inheritance of each clan. The existence of these sacred treasures meant that their respective inheritances remained unbroken. Not to mention, the abundance of the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land. In the future, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never need to worry about the continuity of their clans again. 3 days later, Qing Wan, Kun Ao, and the others finally reappeared again. Big sister, how is the situation? Yu Zhuo stepped forward with Yang Kai in tow. Qing Wan replied, he is probably dead. We didn't detect any vitality inside his body. That's good. Yu Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Nobody knew what kind of grudges or hatred existed between this giant spirit god and the divine spirits, but even so, there must have been some kind of dispute between them for the giant spirit god to be suppressed and sealed in this place. If this giant spirit god were still alive, then unlocking the demon sealing land would have been the wrong decision. Fortunately, over countless years of suppression and erosion by the ancestral strength, the giant spirit god's vitality had been completely extinguished. Qing Wan, I'm taking the Kun clan's sacred treasure with me. I don't care what the Phoenix clan does. Kun Ao suddenly turned around to look at Qing Wan. Qing Wan frowned. This giant spirit god might be dead, but the sacred treasures are clearly acting as the sources for its suppression. It would be inappropriate to rashly take them away. Kun Ao simply sneered. That's what you said when we wanted to unlock the demon sealing land. The sacred treasures of each clan is here. If you wish to stop me, you will have to see if they are willing to agree with you. If they agree with you, then the Kun clan will have nothing to say. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:12, The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Qing Wan looked around. When she met the gazes of all the divine spirits from various clans, how could she not know that their thoughts were similar to Kun Ao's? She could not fault them for thinking that way. Not only were the sacred treasures extremely important to their respective clans, but they had also been missing for a long time. Now that the sacred treasures had been found, there was no reason to just leave them lying around in this place. If the giant spirit god still had some remaining vitality in him, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, it had been confirmed that the suppressed black giant spirit god was as dead as he could possibly be. It would be a waste to leave the sacred treasures here. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "It's up to you, but be careful." It was difficult even for the powerful Phoenix clan to go against public opinion. Seeing as they could not stop the people, they could only allow nature to take its course. The divine spirits were overjoyed to hear those words. Rushing to the location where their respective sacred treasures were located, they quickly began researching the method to retrieve them. They had only heard of these sacred treasures in legends but had never seen the genuine articles before, so it was only natural that they did not know the method to retrieve their respective sacred treasures. Be that as it may, they were powerful divine spirits, so figuring out a method should not be too difficult. The Phoenix clan did not move. The immortal parasol tree burned brightly, like the flames of nirvana that were only spoken of in legends. Nonetheless, as long as Qing Wan did not say anything, nobody dared to act rashly. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Qing Wan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been staring at the Crystal Palace all this while, so when he heard her question, he couldn't help asking her, "Can I?" Qing Wan smiled lightly. "You are the only Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. If you don't go, who will?" "Then I'll go have a look." Yang Kai scratched his nose before his figure flashed and he eagerly rushed towards the Crystal Palace. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the sacred treasure. Looking at the Crystal Palace from afar had given him the impression that it was really carved out of crystal. It was one integrated structure that was extremely beautiful, and it was even more stunning when seen from up close. Although Yang Kai was seeing the Crystal Palace for the first time, he could be certain that the Crystal Palace was related to the Dragon Clan. That was because there was an indescribable connection between his bloodline and the Crystal Palace. He circled around the Crystal Palace a few times, but forget entering, he couldn't even locate an entrance. The conundrum left him scratching his head in confusion for a while. Looking around him, he saw the other divine spirits spewing out their blood essence to refine their respective sacred treasures. Thus, he quickly imitated them. After a whole day, he finally managed to refine a trace of the Crystal Palace. A door immediately appeared from the perfectly seamless Crystal Palace with a slight nudge of his thoughts, and he quickly slipped inside. When he stepped into the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai felt as though his entire body was wrapped in warmth. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the ancestral strength's intensity inside the Crystal Palace was many times greater than the outside. The sacred treasures of each clan had the effect of attracting the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. If not for that, the divine spirits in ancient times would not have placed these sacred treasures here to gather and transform the ancestral strength into chains to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It was precisely because the sacred treasures gathered and attracted the ancestral strength that the 16 huge chains stretching for millions of kilometers could exist. The ends of the chains protruded into the void, connecting the entire demon-sealing land as a single whole. It could be said that one's cultivation efficiency would improve greatly if they were to cultivate with the help of a sacred treasure. That was also the biggest reason as to why the divine spirits were so adamant about retrieving them. Yang Kai did not immediately begin cultivating even though he was inside the Crystal Palace, but even so, the rich and abundant ancestral strength continuously poured into his body and integrated with his bloodline to enhance the power of his dragon vein. The Crystal Palace did not look particularly large from the outside, so it was not until Yang Kai entered that he learned how the Crystal Palace had the mysterious effect of containing something enormous despite its small size. The space inside was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Yuan Chu had mentioned that the sacred treasures of each clan contain the inheritance of each divine spirit clan. Yang Kai navigated through the countless halls in the Crystal Palace as he searched for this inheritance. Although he didn't discover any inheritance, Yang Kai did discover some strange crystals. These crystals were condensed on the walls of the halls. Some were large and some were small. The largest were the size of basins, and the smallest were the size of eggs. There were many of them. In the beginning, Yang Kai paid no attention to them, initially thinking that they were mere decorations. It was not until he walked through several of the halls that he realized something was wrong. If they were mere decorations, they would not be so unesthetically pleasing or randomly placed. Therefore, he tentatively broke off one of the crystals. After a careful examination, he made a shocking discovery. These crystals were pure, condensed ancestral strength. An ancestral spirit crystal. Yang Kai did not know whether ancestral spirit crystals actually existed, but the crystals in front of him were indeed worthy of the name ancestral spirit crystals. After all, their existence was essentially identical to the chains that suppressed and sealed the giant spirit god outside. For countless years, the Crystal Palace continuously attracted and transformed the ancestral strength in the ancestral land into chains to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. It was just that there were no Dragon Clan members cultivating inside the Crystal Palace, so the ancestral strength gathered inside the Crystal Palace had nowhere to go. Hence, when the ancestral strength in this place became saturated to a certain degree, the energy would transform into ancestral spirit crystals that were left behind. This was the same concept as the birth of spirit or saint crystals. Saint crystals were generally born at places where world energy was extremely abundant. These were great treasures. The ancestral strength was an energy that was unique to the ancestral land, so it was almost impossible to find outside the ancestral land. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to remain in the ancestral land forever without leaving. Yang Kai had been a little worried about how he would further enhance the power of this dragon veins after he left the ancestral land. Fortunately, there was nothing to be worried about with these ancestral spirit crystals. Regardless of where he was, he could enhance his bloodline by relying on these ancestral spirit crystals. Yang Kai was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to look for the Dragon Clan inheritance anymore. Harvesting the ancestral spirit crystals as soon as possible was far more important. Countless ancestral spirit crystals had condensed along the walls and even the floors of every hall inside the palace. For that reason, Yang Kai was busy for some time. He collected at least 1,000 ancestral spirit crystal of all sizes, the largest among them reaching the size of a big water tank. Thinking about the sacred treasures belonging to the other divine spirits, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. It seemed that only the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was a palace. In comparison, the sacred treasures of the other divine spirits did not meet the conditions for ancestral spirit crystals to form, no matter the type of sacred treasure. Take the Phoenix Clan's immortal parasol tree, for example. There was no way the tree could condense ancestral spirit crystals. There were countless halls in the Crystal Palace, and as he swept through each and every room, it could be said that he made a fortune in silence. At the same time, at the place where the Kuan clan was located, known as the Northern Deep, the Kuan clan's sacred treasure was a vast ocean that had been shrunk countless times over. It was rumored to be the place where the Kuan clan originated. As the clan head of the Kuan clan, the retrieval of the sacred treasure would naturally fall on Kuan Ao's shoulders. It took 10 days of hard work and a large quantity of blood essence before the sea of the Northern Deep suddenly shone brightly and became closely connected with his aura. Clan head has done it. The masters of the Kuan clan cheered at the sight. Similarly, Kuan Ao laughed happily. He could clearly sense that he had completely refined the Northern Deep. This sacred treasure was connected to him in heart and mind now. With a wave of his hand, he tried to retrieve the Northern Deep. However, he was extremely surprised to discover that it remained motionless. Kuan Ao's brow furrowed deeply as he did not know what had gone wrong. Despite trying a few more times, the results remained the same. The smiles of the Kuan clan's masters involuntarily stiffened on their faces. Over the next few days, the various divine spirit clans encountered the same situation. Their respective sacred treasures had been completely refined, and they could sense that the sacred treasures were connected to them, but even so, they could not retrieve them. Therefore, the clan heads of each divine spirit clan gathered together to discuss the issue and finally found the source of the problem after some time. The Phoenix clan was gathered not far from the immortal parasol tree, and under the watch of Yuan Chu and the others, Qing Wan continuously forced out her blood essence to refine the immortal parasol tree. Although she originally opposed the idea of retrieving each clan's sacred treasures, the other clans had already begun taking action, so it would be meaningless for the Phoenix clan to insist. The immortal parasol tree was very important to the Phoenix clan, so while she had concerns in her heart, she could only refine the sacred treasure for now. At this point, she had almost finished. Just as she was preparing to retrieve the immortal parasol tree, she encountered something unexpected. She faced the same situation as the other divine spirits. The immortal parasol tree could not be taken away. The 16 sacred treasures have long become one, so they can only be removed as a set. We need to refine them all before we can take them away. Kuan Ao explained as he strolled over from a distance. That was the conclusion he reached after various discussions with the rest of the clan heads. Qing Luan immediately revealed a look of understanding. When she tried to collect the immortal parasol tree earlier, she had a strange feeling. It felt as though there were other forces of resistance coming from all around her and preventing her from collecting the immortal parasol tree. It would now seem that this resistance did not originate from the immortal parasol tree itself, but rather from the rest of the sacred treasures. Where is that Dragon Clan member? Kuan Ao asked. Inside the Crystal Palace. While speaking, Qing Luan glanced towards the Crystal Palace. The rest of the sacred treasures have been refined, so the only one left is Crystal Palace. He needs to hurry up. Qing Luan shrugged. It's useless for you to tell me that. In that case, I'll tell him myself. After saying that, Kuan Ao turned and headed in the direction of the Crystal Palace. He stood outside a short while later and shouted, "Young dragon, come out now." Qing Wan couldn't help feeling worried, so she followed along. When she heard those words, she scowled. Unfortunately, it was not wise to cause a dispute with Kuan Ao over something so trivial. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai stored all the ancestral spirit crystals in his small universe. It was a pity that he did not find the Dragon Clan's inheritance after he explored the entirety of the Crystal Palace. Thus, he couldn't help wondering whether the rumors were wrong. Nevertheless, the Crystal Palace itself was an incredibly amazing artifact. It was the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure after all. This item was several ranks higher than the Heavenly Sword Palace in terms of quality. Yang Kai had tried to refine the sacred treasure, and his bloodline had received the approval of the Crystal Palace, which allowed him to open its doors. It was just that his strength wasn't sufficient to truly refine the sacred treasure. When he tried to, his progress was extremely slow. Based on his estimation, it would take him several dozen to 100 years to refine the Crystal Palace completely, if he could do so at all. This was related to his bloodline. Although it was pure, it was simply not strong enough. He was just a juvenile dragon, so it was only natural that he would require a long time to refine the sacred treasure. Seeing as he could not refine the sacred treasure for the time being, Yang Kai didn't bother agonizing over the idea. It was not as if the Crystal Palace could go anywhere. It would not be too late for him to come back to refine the sacred treasure once he enhanced his bloodline further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kun Ao's shout. He looked up only to see Kun Ao and Qing Wan standing outside the Crystal Palace, side by side. The Crystal Palace was extremely mysterious. Standing inside the palace, his vision of the outside was not blocked in any way. He could clearly see everything outside the palace from where he stood. On the other hand, judging by the reactions of Kun Ao and Qing Wan, they could not see him. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:13, Can you get any more biased? The Crystal Palace had the ability to prevent others from spying on what happened within. On the other hand, the people inside the palace could see everything that was happening outside. Since Qing Wan was here, Kun Ao would not be able to do anything. Therefore, Yang Kai strolled out boldly without fear and asked with a frown, "What is it?" Kun Ao asked, "Brat, let me ask you this, how far have you gotten with refining the Crystal Palace?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "This guy sure cares about many things. The Crystal Palace is the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. Why is he asking about this? Is he planning to take the Crystal Palace for himself?" He glanced at Qing Wan questioningly, so she explained, "The 16 sacred treasures have been integrated into one whole after spending countless years together. As long as one of them is not taken away, the rest of the sacred treasures cannot be taken away either. At present, all the clans have refined their respective sacred treasures. Only the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace remains." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. He replied honestly, "I can refine the Crystal Palace, but it will take a long time." "How long?" Kun Ao asked with raised eyebrows. "Several decades, maybe 100 years, Yang Kai responded. "That long?" Kun Ao scowled. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. You may refine it peacefully. We will wait for you." A span of several decades or even 100 years might not be a short time, but it was nothing to the long-lived divine spirits. Forget 100 years, even if it took several 1,000 years, Kun Ao could afford to wait. Waiting for some time was nothing at all if he could retrieve the sacred treasure. "I don't plan to spend so much time refining the sacred treasure." Yang Kai shook his head. Kun Ao narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai explained, "Coming to the ancestral land was an accident. I still have matters to take care of in the outside world. I can't afford to spend too much time here." This trip had gone on for long enough. There was no need to worry about Voidland as the two divine spirits, Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao-yin, were watching over it. As long as none of the cave heavens and paradises attacked, there was nobody in the 3,000 worlds who could harm Voidland. On the contrary, the World Tree and the new Great Territory in the Star Boundary required more of his attention. What's more, his two disciples were still in his small universe. Yang Kai needed to bring them back to the Star Boundary as soon as possible to aid their growth. Not to mention that he had been suppressing Xiaoya's cultivation for the past many years to prevent her from growing too quickly. The Star Boundary was the best cradle to produce Open Heaven Realm Masters. Compared to growing up in his small universe, growing up there would give her greater future potential and would allow her to ascend higher in the martial Dao. However, the flow of time in his small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. If he got held up in the ancestral land for several decades or even 100 years, Xiaoya might already have advanced to the Emperor realm. In that case, she would not receive much benefit from the World Tree even if she entered to the star boundary. That was why he originally planned to rush back to the star boundary once he finished everything in the ancestral land. That's not up to you. Kuan Ao sneered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the ancestral land just because you have the protection of the Phoenix clan. This matter involves the sacred treasures of all the clans. Even the Phoenix clan cannot shield you. Qin Luan frowned slightly, but unfortunately, what Kuan Ao said was the truth. This matter was indeed related to the interests of all the clans, so if the Phoenix clan insisted on doing things their way, they would only cause public outrage. Can you speed things up? She asked. Yang Kai nodded. Refining the Crystal Palace is related to my bloodline, which is too weak right now. That's why the seniors have finished refining their respective sacred treasures while I am helpless to do so. To speed things up, I would need to improve my bloodline first. If I can enhance my bloodline to the level of a Grand Dragon, I have the confidence to finish refining the Crystal Palace within half a year. However, this is not something that can be done in a short time. Kuan Ao said, the ancestral strength in this land is so rich, you can cultivate inside the Crystal Palace with peace of mind and improve your bloodline. You should know that this is something all the juniors in the ancestral land yearn for but cannot get. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored Kuan Ao. Qin Luan spoke up pensively, there might be a way to improve your bloodline rapidly. Yang Kai looked at her, Senior, do you mean? Qin Luan abruptly turned to face Kuan Ao and asked, the Kuan clan probably obtained many ancestral spirit fruits, right? Kuan Ao was taken aback for a moment. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously, I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Luan simply laughed. The ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength. If he consumes them, he will be able to improve his bloodline quickly. In the past, we used to hear about how the ancestral land had ancestral spirit fruits, but none of us have actually seen one before. When the demon sealing land opened, each clan probably obtained a certain number of ancestral spirit fruits. If each clan makes a small contribution, it will be enough to fulfill his requirements to become a Grand Dragon. Kuan Ao was furious. Qin Luan, even if the dragon and the Phoenix clans have always been connected since ancient times, your heart is too crooked. This young dragon may be a divine spirit, but are the other divine spirits in the ancestral land not also divine spirits? It was not easy for us to obtain the ancestral spirit fruits, and which clan does not have juniors that need them? Why should we give them to him? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. If there are enough ancestral spirit fruits, I can give it a try. Kuan Ao glared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes. Junior, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. This king strongly wishes to kill you. Yang Kai spread his hands wide. Without the ancestral spirit fruits, I won't be able to become a Grand Dragon quickly. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Kuan Ao snarled coldly. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky and looked down his nose at Kuan Ao. He arrogantly said, kill me, and you will never retrieve your sacred treasures. Why don't you ask if the various divine spirit clans will agree with you? Kuan Ao was absolutely livid. He never imagined that the day would come where he was bullied by a mere young dragon. It felt like the biggest humiliation in all the long years that he spent cultivating. Qin Luan said, why don't we ask the rest for their opinions? Arguing back and forth is not going to make a difference. While speaking, she cast a secret technique to send out various transmissions. It didn't take long for the representatives of each clan to gather around and for her to explain the current situation to them. The expressions of all the divine spirits became extremely strange when they looked at Yang Kai. It's not like he can't cultivate without the ancestral spirit fruits. We might not know what the intensity of the ancestral strength is like in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, but I'm sure it's extraordinary. It will only take a slightly longer time to cultivate in the Crystal Palace, Why should we waste such precious ancestral spirit fruits on him? One of the divine spirits yelled out. That's right. It was not easy to obtain these ancestral spirit fruits. They should be used in the right place. In my opinion, this brat is trying to scam us. It has always been said that the dragon clan is greedy. I've never met one before, but this incident today has proven those sayings right. Who would agree to such ridiculous demands? Just press a blade against his neck if he dares to refuse to cultivate. Let's see if he is willing to cultivate then. The many divine spirits clamored to express their opinions, so Qingwan suffered a terrible headache just listening to them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Crystal Palace. His posture seemed to say that he would hide inside the moment the situation turned sour. Clasping his hands behind his back calmly, he waited until everybody finished speaking before he spoke up. You are the ones who want me to refine the Crystal Palace. I don't want to do it. Since you are forcing me to do something I'm not willing to do, then you should offer me some compensation. Otherwise, you can all just sit there and wait. Kuan Ao sneered. Are you planning to hide in the Crystal Palace for thousands of years? That's hard to say. That will depend on who has more patience between us. Qingwan said, Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. All of you are adults. What's so fun about squabbling with a junior? Yang Kai is right. If you want him to improve his bloodline, then it's only natural that you should offer him some compensation. I was the one who suggested the ancestral spirit fruits. In that case, the Phoenix clan will make the first move. While speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Hong, who stepped forward, took out 13 ancestral spirit fruits and handed them to her. I'm not asking you to hand over all of your ancestral spirit fruits. Half should be acceptable, right? The Phoenix clan's half is right here. Kuan Ao rolled his eyes. Qingwan, can you get any more biased? She replied with a smile. In the matter of releasing the seal, the Phoenix clan went along with your wishes. Likewise, in the matter of retrieving the sacred treasures, the Phoenix clan bent to public opinion again. The Phoenix clan has taken the lead in this matter, so if you refuse to show respect, then don't ever look to the Phoenix clan for help again if another disaster strikes the ancestral land. The divine spirits looked at each other awkwardly after hearing those words. Qingwan had already said so much, so it would be bad if they did not express their sincerity in return. Although they were reluctant to part with the ancestral spirit fruits, they had no choice but to do so. One by one, they took out different amounts of the ancestral spirit fruits. Although there was no guarantee that they really took out half of what they had collected, there were almost 200 ancestral spirit fruits in total when all the offerings were gathered together. Qingwan flicked her wrist and tossed a space ring containing the ancestral spirit fruits to Yang Kai. Yang Kai happily took the space ring and cupped his fist. Please rest assured, seniors. This junior will immediately begin cultivating in seclusion. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become a grand dragon as soon as possible, so that you may all bring your sacred treasures home. Many of the divine spirits secretly ground their teeth when they looked at Yang Kai, but they could only maintain a smile on the surface and pretended to display the friendly demeanor of a senior expert. Yang Kai nodded at Qingwan and turned to head inside the Crystal Palace, but before he entered, he abruptly recalled something and turned back again. Senior, I have something to ask of you. Speak. Qingwan nodded. The process of advancing to become a grand dragon is not something that can be completed in a short time. I do not know how long it will take. My friend is a human cultivator, and now that the demon sealing land is open, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land will become richer. It's not suitable for her to remain here for long. Please arrange for somebody to escort her from this place. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land had been weak previously, so there were no issues for Xia Linlang to remain in the ancestral land for a short while. However, the situation was different now. Even Qing Yang, who was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, began showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. How much longer could she resist? Needless to say, Qingwan knew who he was referring to and nodded at his words. Don't worry, I will arrange for somebody to send her out. Many thanks, Senior. Also, please tell her to head to Voidland in the Void Territory if she is willing. Pearflower Cave Heaven was gone, and Xia Lin Lang no longer had a place in the Shattered Heaven, not unless she found another Universe Paradise or Universe Cave Heaven without a master. Although Yang Kai asked Qing Wan to pass the message, Xia Lin Lang would probably be reluctant to head to Voidland. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would be forced to act according to the circumstances as soon as she appeared outside the Shattered Heaven. If not for that, she would not have escaped into the depths of the Shattered Heaven with him. She could have left the Shattered Heaven with him instead. In any case, Yang Kai could only do what he was able. Xia Lin Lang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a child. As for where to go or what to do, she would have her own thoughts on the matter. The Crystal Palace closed once more. Yang Kai entered one of the spacious halls and sat down cross-legged. Although he wanted to hurry back to the Star Boundary to let his 2 disciples settle down properly, things had already come to this point, so he could only improve his bloodline for now. Otherwise, he would not have a reasonable explanation for the divine spirits waiting outside. Marshall Peak, Chapter 47:14, Like a Dream That Was Not a Dream. Yang Kai had obtained 9 ancestral spirit fruits when exploring the Demon's Sealing Land with Qing Wan. Combined with the over 200 fruits that the various divine spirit clans gifted to him, he had almost 230 ancestral spirit fruits in total. Even so, he did not know whether these ancestral spirit fruits were enough for him to become a Grand Dragon. He estimated that they might not be enough as, although the current power of his dragon vein was not bad, he was only a bit over 3,000 meters tall after transforming into his half-dragon form. To become a Grand Dragon, he would need to grow to 10,000 meters at the very least. Dale Lidgerkeys, the author, a long time ago, intentionally or otherwise, messed with continuity to reduce the size of Yang Kai's dragon form. For a while we attempted to amend it to maintain continuity. Unfortunately, at this point he has made the whole size thing so complex that it would be a nightmare to keep making corrections, especially considering the implications to everyone else's sizes. Please suspend your annoyance and go with it. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. The ancestral strength in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace was extremely rich. Not to mention, he had harvested many ancestral spirit crystals earlier. If the ancestral spirit fruits were not enough, he could use the ancestral spirit crystals to make up the difference. Yang Kai took out an ancestral spirit fruit and an ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size. Then he placed them in front of him. He wanted to figure out the differences between them and see which one was more effective. He picked the ancestral spirit fruit first. The fruit was brightly colored and gave off a peculiar aroma that aroused his appetite. When he bit down on the fruit, it felt as though he had barely used any strength, but the skin of the fruit split open. The sweet and tart juice immediately flooded his mouth. Before he could react, the entire ancestral spirit fruit had burst, leaving only the skin behind. He swallowed the juice and smacked his lips, enjoying the unforgettable taste. He didn't waste the skin of the fruit either, stuffing it all into his mouth before chewing and swallowing. After waiting in silence for a moment, his expression became strange. There was no obvious change aside from a slight burning feeling in his abdomen. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The slightly burning feeling suddenly became scorching hot. It felt as though there was a smoldering iron in his belly. Immediately after that, a huge amount of energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. His physique squirmed, and a golden dragon head that manifested behind his back released a deafening dragon roar. It was followed by a series of cracking sounds that came from all parts of his body as his physique swelled up without warning. A suppressed growl escaped his throat. The power of the ancestral spirit fruit had caused him to transform into his half-dragon form without his consent. Bursts of suppressed roars came from his throat as his physique wriggled madly and dragon blood rushed through his meridians with a faint dragon roar. At the same time, overwhelming dragon pressure permeated the air. By the time everything calmed down again, almost 2 days had passed. The medicinal efficacies of the ancestral spirit fruit Yang Kai consumed had been completely absorbed. He briefly examined his body and raised his eyebrows at the sight. A single ancestral spirit fruit had made him grow nearly 100 meters in just 2 days. The result was a pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing as he about 3,000 meters tall at present, there was a difference of roughly 7,000 meters before he could be considered a mature grand dragon. This was not a small gap, and it had to be said that he only managed to cultivate to a height of 3,000 meters from the time he obtained his dragon source until now. Be that as it may, a single ancestral spirit fruit turned out to have such profound effects, so Yang Kai quietly made some calculations. With just 70 to 100 fruits, wouldn't he become a grand dragon? However, Yang Kai knew that these calculations had taken too many things for granted. If any kind of resource or treasure was consumed repeatedly over a long period, its effects would gradually weaken. Fortunately, he had over 200 ancestral spirit fruits in his possession. It might just be enough to satisfy the requirements for him to become a grand dragon. Now that he had confirmed the effects of the ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai picked up the ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size as the ancestral spirit fruit. When he was in his human form, the ancestral spirit crystal had fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Now that he was in his half-dragon form though, holding the ancestral spirit crystal felt like he was holding a tiny green pea between his claws. He could barely feel the presence of the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand unless he concentrated carefully. Yang Kai focused his mind and silently activated the power of his dragon vein in his body to wrap around the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand. Then he refined and absorbed the ancestral strength within. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later he finally opened his eyes again. When Yang Kai spread open his palm, the ancestral spirit crystal had already been refined cleanly and vanished. He then examined the condition of his body again and saw that he had grown another 50 meters or so. After some comparisons, the differences between the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal became clear to see. The two objects were around the same size. However, he had spent less than 2 days refining an ancestral spirit fruit that made him grow about 100 meters in total, whereas it had taken him 5 days to refine the ancestral spirit crystal, even though its effects only made his height increase by 50 meters. Be it in terms of both the time required for refining or overall effect, the ancestral spirit fruit was far better than the ancestral spirit crystal. Still, the ancestral spirit crystal was more durable in a sense. Now that he knew the differences between the two objects, Yang Kai did not continue experimenting, picking up another ancestral spirit fruit to consume and refine. Inside the demon sealing land, the various divine spirit clans sat around their respective sacred treasures and cultivated quietly. To them, a land with such abundant ancestral strength like the demon sealing land was a cultivation paradise that they used to dream about in the past. After unlocking the demon sealing land, the divine spirits couldn't help feeling as though they had gotten rich overnight. It was almost as though a person who was accustomed to living in poverty suddenly found a mountain of gold in their backyard. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai continuously consumed the ancestral spirit fruit to stimulate the dragon vein in his body. 20 days later, his dragon form reached a height of 4,000 meters. After 3 months, he reached 5,000 meters. After 7 months, he was 6,000 meters. After 1 year, he reached a height of 7,000 meters. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai's enormous body could no longer stand up straight, so he could only rest on his side while his dragon tail swung side to side without him noticing. With such a large body, he was already more than twice the size he was when he started. His dragon claws were sharper, his dragon scales were tougher, and his golden brilliance shone even brighter and more dazzlingly than before. His dragon pressure was so thick it almost materialized. When he reached out to grab another ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai discovered that all the fruits had been consumed and couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At the beginning, it had taken him approximately 2 days to refine a single ancestral spirit fruit. Following the growth of his bloodline though, the time needed for refinement reduced, but the growth he experienced thanks to an ancestral spirit fruit also weakened accordingly. It had only taken him 1 year to finish consuming all the ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he did not achieve the expected results of becoming a grand dragon. On the contrary, he was only 7,000 meters tall now. It was still very far from becoming a grand dragon, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, though this result was still within his expectations. He was stuck in a daze for quite a long time before he recalled what he was doing. As the purity of his bloodline increased and the power of the dragon vein grew stronger, continuous bursts of dragon roars resounded in his mind. He initially thought that he was hallucinating, but after listening carefully for a few days, he confirmed that it was not just his imagination. The bursts of dragon roars resounding in his head was the mysterious dragon language and seemed to be the dragon clan's inheritance. It came from the golden divine dragon's source strength and the depths of his bloodline, and it was only when his bloodline had reached a certain level of purity that it emerged from the hidden depths. Xianxia began studying this newfound inheritance, and his entire mind was practically immersed within it, but he always had the feeling that there was a layer of mist blocking him from getting a clear picture. Even his reactions became slower as a result. The might of his bloodline was not enough. He was faintly aware of this fact. Only by further enhancing his bloodline could he finally tear apart the mist that was blocking his vision. The ancestral spirit fruits had been consumed completely, so Xianxia immediately placed many ancestral spirit crystals by his side. His enormous dragon form curled up around the ancestral spirit crystals. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, the ancestral strength in the ancestral spirit crystals continued to be guided into his dragon vein and continuously flooded his body. From time to time, the sound of crunching bones would reverberate throughout the crystal palace. It was his half-dragon form expanding in size. In his dreams, the dragon language resounded softly in his ears without pause. Consequently, Xianxia's brow would furrow tightly on occasion and relax again at other times. His expressions changed constantly. All of a sudden, a spot of light broke through the mist and a wide world appeared in his field of vision. Xianxia looked up to see a behemoth towering into the skies. The behemoth was bald and his entire body was completely black in color. He looked like an endless black hole that devoured everything around him. A giant spirit god. Xianxia stared at the giant spirit god blankly, and only after a long time did he wonder to himself, "Where have I seen this guy before?" Xianxia felt as though his current state was a little strange. His reactions were particularly slow, almost like he was stuck in a dream that was not a dream. He did not know why he was here, much less recall where he had seen this black giant spirit god before. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew that he was inside a dream. It was just that the feelings he received from his surroundings felt incredibly real. The ink-black giant spirit god was running across the ground. With every step that he took, the ground shuddered violently. Meanwhile, there were numerous divine spirits in their true forms surrounding him and attacking him in a frenzy. Each divine spirit was a mature divine spirit who was at least equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Xianxia saw many dragons and phoenix clan members with their wings spread outward, 3-legged golden crows that blazed like great suns in the sky, and kunpangs whose bodies covered the sky. The divine abilities of the divine spirits blasted out, each one containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. All the attacks landed on the giant spirit god, but be that as it may, the ink-black pigment on his skin wriggled like living creatures to form sturdy shields that defended against all the attacks. Suddenly, the black giant spirit god reached out his hand and captured a divine spirit that looked like a Baizé. Ignoring the Baizé's struggles, he clenched his large hand and crushed the powerful divine spirit in his grip. The blood of the divine spirit splattered across the ground. The ground was covered in countless dead divine spirits, their enormous bodies crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Their deaths were incredibly brutal. The mighty divine spirits were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of this seemingly invincible giant spirit god. Capturing a grand dragon in both hands, the giant spirit god gave a sharp tug and ripped it in two. A beautiful fire phoenix was killed on the spot with a slap of his palm and turned into a phoenix egg only to be crushed under his foot. Despite such a huge disparity in numbers, the divine spirits were suffering a catastrophic defeat in this battle. This scene was extremely shocking. Even so, Yang Kai simply watched quietly. It wasn't that he was willingly being so detached, but rather that his current state did not allow the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was an extremely bizarre sensation. He did not know what caused this battle or how long it had lasted. All he knew was that the divine spirits suffered countless casualties. At last, a mighty dragon roar shook the skies and a gigantic golden dragon head protruded from the clouds to look down on the world. The dragon eyes gleamed with a golden radiance that was exceedingly sharp. Beside this enormous dragon stood a pure white ice phoenix that radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She spread her wings wide and threw her head back with a shrill cry. The invincible giant spirit god seemed to sense some sort of danger and finally stopped running to look up at the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:15, Grand Dragon. Under the leadership of the Golden Divine Dragon and the White Ice Phoenix, the divine spirits of various clans that suffered heavy casualties previously began fighting even more vigorously against the Black Giant Spirit God. The Giant Spirit God showed neither joy nor sorrow. He simply went on a silent killing spree. Divine spirits died one after another, their vitality completely erased. The blood of divine spirits rained down and watered the ground. Finally, the powerful giant spirit god stumbled. The golden grand dragon that was over 100,000 meters long swooped down from high above, shaking his head and flicking his tail. His enormous body wrapped around the giant spirit god firmly to restrict his movements. Likewise, the white ice phoenix swiftly swooped down from above, her sharp talons clasping onto the giant spirit god's physique tightly. One after another, the sacred treasures that exuded monstrous power were summoned by the various divine spirit clans. Their auras were closely connected to each other. The sacred treasures included the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol Tree, the Kuan Clan's Northern Deep, the Golden Crow Clan's Fu Sang Divine Tree. The 16 sacred treasures formed a grand array, causing the world to split apart in an instant. At the same time, the ancestral strength condensed together and gigantic chains took shape. These chains pierced the giant spirit god's body and immobilized him. Afterward, all the divine spirits quickly retreated while the dragon roared and the phoenix wailed. When the divine spirits looked back, all they saw was the scene of the world shattering apart. All the blood essence in the golden grand dragon and the white ice phoenix burst into flames and transformed into a powerful force of imprisonment that suppressed the giant spirit god on the spot. The black giant spirit god was too overpowering, so much so that even the divine spirits were unable to kill him. The golden divine dragon and the white ice phoenix were nowhere to be seen. Only a small golden radiance and a small white light flickered amidst the void turbulence before vanishing out of sight. Yang Kai woke up the next moment. 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes again, he felt as though he had experienced a very long dream, and for a time, he could not break out of his reverie. He spent a long time in a daze before he finally recalled the last part of his dream. He seemed to have witnessed the scene of the black giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed. It was something the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Empress had done at the expense of burning their blood essence and sacrificing themselves. Only the strongest divine dragons of the Dragon Clan could receive the title of Dragon Emperor. Only the strongest masters of the Phoenix Clan had the right to be titled Phoenix Empress. Following the deaths of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress, their sources were swept up by the void turbulence caused by the splitting of the ancestral land and vanished without a trace. In this way, The sources that Yang Kai and Su Yan obtained back at Tongxian realm were the inheritances of this Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. The reason Yang Kai saw these memories in that dreamlike state was clearly related to the Dragon Emperor's source. The source strength was the inheritance left behind from the battlefield back then after all. Qing Wan was right. Each clan's sacred treasure represented their inheritance. It was just that the inheritance was not hidden within the sacred treasures themselves. On the contrary, each divine spirit's bloodline contained their respective inheritances, and they would naturally be revealed when their bloodline reached a certain level of purity. Cultivating with the help of their respective clans' sacred treasures simply made it easier to stimulate the inheritance in their bloodline. If Yang Kai had not cultivated in the Crystal Palace, he would never have seen these memories. At this point in time, the truth of what actually happened in the far past had been lost to history. Although Yang Kai had seen snippets of what happened when the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed through his source inheritance, the reason behind such a ferocious battle between the giant spirit god and the divine spirits remained a mystery. On the other hand, he now understood the origins of his golden divine dragon source and Su Yan's ice phoenix source. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai examined his body. All the ancestral spirit crystals he took out earlier were nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that they had been refined and absorbed. As a result, his body had grown again. He was now 9,999 meters long. He was just one step away from becoming a grand dragon. Unfortunately, it would seem that this final step was not so easy to overcome. If this were 3 years ago, he might have been helpless in the face of this problem. However, the long dream had made him aware of quite a fair amount of the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Among them included the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques. As for how to take the final step, he already had a plan. Reclining on his back in the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai took out another handful of ancestral spirit crystals. This time around, he did not place the ancestral spirit crystals around him and instead stuffed them directly into his mouth. Following the crunching sounds, the rock-hard ancestral spirit crystals were swallowed into his belly and an enormous energy erupted in the next moment. Yang Kai continued to devour the ancestral spirit crystals endlessly, and it was not until he used up nearly 80% of them that he stopped. The amount of ancestral strength accumulated in his body was indescribably large by now, and this energy stimulated his dragon vein greatly. The mysterious dragon language sounded from Yang Kai's mouth, and at the same time, he activated the power of his dragon source, supplemented by the Dragon Clan's cultivation technique, to refine the ancestral strength and enhance his bloodline. Yang Kai gradually felt a searing heat below his jaw. It felt like a scorching iron brand was pressing against him. The discomfort caused him to shake his head vigorously. The huge half-dragon head knocking against the walls of the Crystal Palace, causing loud rumbles to reverberate through the air. With the passage of time, the scorching heat below his jaw became more and more noticeable. All the power of the dragon vein in his body seemed to be gathering in that spot, and Yang Kai vaguely sensed that something amazing was forming beneath his jaw. All of a sudden, the energy fluctuations reached a peak and a thunderous roar exploded in Yang Kai's mind as his entire being suddenly became clear-headed. Beneath his jaw, a round bead of condensed source strength came into being. Gotcha! His huge body that had been stagnant at 9,999 meters suddenly swelled slightly at this moment, and he abruptly crashed through the 10,000 meters threshold. He had given birth to a dragon bead and became a grand dragon. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai let out a roar. At this moment, he felt as though he had shed his former body and been reborn. Both his body and mind were cleansed by a strange baptism and his entire physique wriggled. The sound of his bones dislocating and reforming once more echoed throughout the Crystal Palace. His dragon pressure filled the entire Crystal Palace like a solid substance. A powerful force flowed through every corner of his body, so strong that it almost felt as though this force could break the world. By the time everything calmed down again, more than half a month had passed. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and examined his body once more. It had to be said that the changes he experienced after he became a grand dragon were extremely drastic. Whenever he used his dragon transformation secret technique in the past, although he had a dragon form, he still retained some human characteristics. It could be said that he was half dragon and half human. However, he no longer had the slightest trace of human characteristics at this moment. He was now a genuine grand dragon with a 10,000 meters long smooth body that was covered in golden dragon scales. His dragon claws were so sharp that they left a scar in the void with a light swipe, and a swing of his dragon tail could conjure a violent force. These changes were unexpected. Qingwan had mentioned that it didn't matter what his background was since he obtained the golden divine dragon source. He could be said to be part of the pureblood dragon clan. Looking at himself now, Yang Kai didn't know whether he was human or dragon anymore. With a shift of his thoughts, his enormous body rapidly shrank and returned to his human form. It was just that his current appearance was slightly different from the usual. At this moment, he was wearing a dazzling golden artifact armor. This artifact armor was formed from his dragon scales, so it had an incredibly strong defensive ability. He did not have such an ability before. Be that as it may, after learning various secrets from the Dragon Clan inheritance, the ability to transform his dragon scales into dragon armor was nothing more than a petty trick. But this golden artifact armor is a little too flamboyant and conspicuous. I practically resemble the sun radiating such a dazzling brilliance wherever I go. Yang Kai focused his thoughts, and the brilliance of the artifact armor subsided considerably. Although the appearance was still incredibly luxurious, at the very least, it was not embarrassingly radiant anymore. After examining himself again, Yang Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. He was in no hurry to refine the crystal palace. Opening his mouth, he spat out a bead that emitted a faint golden light. The bead floated down to land on his palm. It was a dragon bead. The most important step for a juvenile dragon to become a grand dragon was to condense a dragon bead in their body. Juvenile dragons had no dragon beads. Only mature grand dragons had them. A dragon bead was similar to a monster beast's monster core. It was the crystallization of a grand dragon's power and the manifestation of their source. Looking at the golden bead in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly sense the horrifying strength contained within. Even though that power belonged to him, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. His current strength was a little strange. In his human form, he was no more than a 6th order open heaven realm master. However, if he transformed into a grand dragon, he was equivalent to a 7th order open heaven realm master in strength. Moreover, both powers did not clash or interfere with each other. It was most likely that he was the only person in the world in this situation. A similar situation would not occur in the other Dragon Clan members. Absorbing the dragon bead back into his body, Yang Kai exhaled a long breath. His trip to the ancestral land could be said to be an unexpected surprise. While fleeing for his life previously, Yang Kai never imagined that a place like the ancestral land existed in the depths of the shattered ruins. Furthermore, he only spent several short years to advance from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon. It could be said to be a huge harvest. Nevertheless, he had consumed many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals in the process. He used up all the ancestral spirit fruits and 80% of all the ancestral spirit crystals he found inside the Crystal Palace. There was no other divine spirit who could achieve such a feat. After all, both the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal were extremely rare. If not because the demon sealing land was unsealed for the first time in countless eons, where would he find so many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked outside. Everything was peaceful as the various divine spirit clans were guarding their sacred treasures and waiting for him to come out of retreat. A few trivial years was not enough to exhaust their patience. Now that he had become a grand dragon, it was time for Yang Kai to refine the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was of great help in terms of both cultivation and awakening the inheritance within one source. If the Dragon Clan members in Voidland were sent here to cultivate in the future, the Crystal Palace would become their greatest support. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and activated the power of his dragon vein to connect with the Crystal Palace. He had attempted this feat in the past, but unfortunately, his bloodline had been too weak at the time. His refinement speed was far too slow, so he gave up on the attempt. Now that he was a grand dragon, his speed was much greater. Half a year later, Kun Ao, who was cultivating in the demon's sealing land, suddenly felt an abnormality. He opened his eyes only to see light flashing constantly from within the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. The flashing lights were accompanied by cracking sounds. The anomaly alarmed all the divine spirits nearby. Likewise, Qing Wan immediately looked in the direction of the Crystal Palace with a strange light in her eyes. That brat's speed is quite something. Is he about to finish refining it so soon? One of the divine spirits smiled. He initially thought that he would need to wait for a few more years. However, the sight before him clearly indicated that Yang Kai was about to finish refining the Crystal Palace. With so many ancestral spirit fruits, even a waste can become a grand dragon. Another divine spirit scathingly spat out with a twitch of his brow. The ancestral spirit fruits were such precious treasures that he was still heartbroken over being forced to offer up half of his supply. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:16, Speculation about the Divine Ability C. It took half a day for the anomalies of the Crystal Palace to settle down. After that, a figure flashed out from within. It was none other than Yang Kai. Feeling many pairs of eyes staring at him expectantly, he nodded at the crowd of divine spirits. Fortunately, I have not failed your expectations. Kun Ao burst into laughter. That's good. Let us retrieve our sacred treasures now that the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace has also been refined. Then he worriedly reminded Yang Kai, Brat, don't forget to cooperate with us later. Yang Kai responded. The divine spirits had been waiting for this day for a long time now. At this moment, they eagerly hurried over to their respective sacred treasures and activated their power. When the powers of these divine spirits fluctuated, the 16 sacred treasures that had long since been integrated into one were stimulated by the various divine spirits. There was a rumble that shook the entire world, and a series of cracking sounds rang out repeatedly. A short while later, the 16 sacred treasures turned into 16 rays of light that were recovered by the various divine spirit clans. Yang Kai toyed with a miniature palace in his hand that was countless times smaller than the Crystal Palace. The entire body of the palace seemed to be carved from a single exquisite piece of crystal. It was none other than the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace itself. His expression revealed his slight astonishment. He had not expected the Crystal Palace to be able to change its size freely. After the sacred treasures were retrieved, the ancestral strength in the world lost its source of attraction. The huge chains penetrating the giant spirit gods slowly disintegrated and changed back into the rich ancestral strength that permeated the world. The sight of the chains disintegrating was extremely overwhelming. During this period, all the divine spirits watched the giant spirit god warily. Qing Wan, Kun Ao, and the others had previously investigated the situation inside the giant spirit god's body and determined that he was as dead as could be, but even so, it was a matter related to a giant spirit god after all. Who knew whether he had some sort of mysterious ability that would allow him to be brought back to life? Fortunately, the giant spirit god showed no movement even after the chains fell apart and the sacred treasures were retrieved. It looked like even the giant spirit god could not withstand the erosion of the ancestral strength over the countless years of suppression. There seemed to be an unusual change taking place in the world. Nobody could put a finger to the strange feeling, but all the divine spirits living in the ancestral land could clearly feel one thing. The ancestral land that was split into two in ancient times was slowly merging back into one entity at this moment. Kun Ao, I believe that it would be better for this place to be listed as a restricted area. What do you think? Qing Wan stared at the giant spirit god for a moment before she turned to look at Kun Ao. Kun Ao pondered in silence for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Naturally, The other divine spirits would not object to what the Phoenix clan and the Kun clan had agreed on. Under Qing Wan's leadership, many divine spirits joined forces and worked together to set up a powerful barrier around the giant spirit god with their blood essence. The first reason was to turn this place into a restricted area to prevent any divine spirit from approaching carelessly. The other reason was to guard against any unexpected changes that might occur to the giant spirit god. By the time they finished working, 10 days had passed. The various divine spirit clans had benefited greatly from this trip to the demon sealing land. There was no need to mention the benefits gained by those who retrieved their sacred treasures. Even those without sacred treasures could enjoy the abundant ancestral strength brought about by merging the two halves of the ancestral land. They would no longer need to worry about the continuation of their respective clans or the impurity of their descendants' bloodlines. Yang Kai followed Qing Wan and the others back to Four Phoenix Pavilion, and after consulting Qing Wan, he decided to place the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in one of the mountain valleys with beautiful scenery. The Crystal Palace might be an extraordinary palace artifact, but it played a more important role as the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. The Dragon Clan members from the Star Boundary would be coming to the ancestral land to cultivate, and leaving the Crystal Palace here would significantly help their growth. If not for these considerations, he would have taken the Crystal Palace away with him. Yang Kai sat opposite Qing Wan and the others inside the main hall, telling them about the dream that he saw while cultivating in the Crystal Palace back then. After much deliberation, he decided that he should inform the Phoenix clan about this matter. Who could say? The Phoenix clan might know something about the secrets from the ancient times. Unfortunately, Qing Wan and the others could not think of any useful information even after listening to his story. On the contrary, they were quite shocked by certain events that he revealed to them. From what you've said, the giant spirit god did indeed fight a ferocious battle with the divine spirits in ancestral land back then. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation who sacrificed themselves by burning their blood essence to mobilize the ancestral strength through the various sacred treasures to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. That's what I saw, Yang Kai nodded. The ancestral land was torn apart and divided in two. At the same time, the sources of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were caught up in a void turbulence and vanished out of sight. That was until many years ago when this junior had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Emperor's source in a small and weak world. Qing Wan sighed in amazement. The Dragon Emperors are the strongest masters of the Dragon Clan, and there are often generations where no Dragon Emperor rises to power. No wonder your source is a divine dragon source. Only a divine dragon is qualified to be a Dragon Emperor. Yuan Chu asked, if the Dragon Emperor's source of that generation is with you, then what about the Phoenix Empress source? Have you seen it? If the two of them were caught up in a void turbulence, they might have appeared in the same place. Yang Kai replied, if I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix Empress source is with my senior sister, Su Yan. They were really together? Qing Wan and the others became excited. Yuzhua asked, where is that senior sister of yours right now? She lives in Void Land located in the Void Territory. Yang Kai answered, following my return this time, I plan to send her and some of my divine spirit friends to the ancestral land. I hope you can help to take care of them when they arrive, seniors. Qing Wan smiled, you've already mentioned this matter before, so of course it won't be a problem at all. Feel free to send them here. While speaking, she turned to look at Hong Hu, please go with Yang Kai, fourth sister. Hong Hu nodded. Yang Kai quickly said, there's no need to trouble you, senior. I know the position of the ancestral land now, so I only need you to tell me how to safely pass through the divine ability sea. Qing Wan said, the return of the Phoenix Empress is an important event for the Phoenix clan. We cannot be sloppy. Please let Hong Hu go with you. Seeing as she had already said so much, Yang Kai did not refuse her again. Besides, he would like nothing more than having a master like Hong Hu accompanying him on his travels. The information about how he had obtained the World Spring would probably have spread across the shattered heaven by now, so there was no saying what kinds of troubles he might face when he returned to the shattered heaven again. "When do you plan to leave?" she asked. "I wish to say goodbye to Senior Miemeng first." "As you should." Qin Luan nodded. The next day, Yang Kai strolled over to the place where Miemeng lived. It was obvious that Miemeng had detected his presence because the doors were wide open. He did not see the great general anywhere, and Miemeng claimed that it was because the boy was working hard to cultivate. However, according to Yang Kai's understanding of great general's character, he had the feeling that the little chicken had been forced into seclusion by his mother. In any case, he did not say anything regarding the matter. Before he departed, Yang Kai left behind several ancestral spirit crystals so that Miemeng could pass them on to Great General. Great General was still very young, so these ancestral spirit crystal would help him to reduce many years of intense cultivation and allow his bloodline to develop rapidly. Yang Kai no longer had many ancestral spirit crystals left on hand, as during his advancement to become a Grand Dragon, he had used up 80% of them in one go. Therefore, he only had slightly more than 200 of them left. He gave half of them to the Phoenix clan. After all, he would need the Phoenix clan's help to take care of the divine spirits who came from Void Land later. Then, he left the remaining half in the Crystal Palace. If Su Yen and the others needed the ancestral spirit crystals, they could help themselves to them. When all the preparations were done, Yang Kai prepared to leave the ancestral land with Hong Hu. A figure flew over from a distance and landed in front of Hong Hu. It was the white-robed youth from the Kun clan who bowed and cupped his fist. "Kun Yu greets Senior Hong Hu." Hong Hu nodded. "I will have to trouble you." Kun Yu nodded faintly. Without even glancing at Yang Kai, he soared straight into the sky. Hong Hu shot a glance at Yang Kai, and the two of them quickly followed. Having lived in the ancestral land ever since she had been born, Hong Hu had never left the ancestral land before. She only knew that the ancestral land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Unfortunately, the Divine Ability Sea was so dangerous that even a mature divine spirit might succumb to its dangers and fail to pass through safely. Out of all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, only the Kun clan knew of a safe passage through the Divine Ability Sea. That was something the Kun clan discovered after relying on many masters to explore the Divine Ability Sea. It was by relying on this knowledge that Kun Yu managed to travel through the Divine Ability Sea safely, even though he only had the strength of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the Phoenix clan came forward to make a request, the Kun clan naturally had nothing more to say about this matter. In the end, they assigned Kun Yu to escort Hong Hu and Yang Kai through the Divine Ability Sea. Even if the Kun clan had decided to ignore the matter, with Hong Hu's strength, there was a great chance that she would simply force her way through the Divine Ability Sea. That was how Qing Yang entered the ancestral land. Although he encountered all sorts of dangers and wound up quite battered, he was still able to pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Following behind Kun Yu, Hong Hu and Yang Kai quickly left the ancestral land and plunged into the Divine Ability Sea. The various divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed one after another, but their power was not too strong. Whether it was Kun Yu leading the way or Hong Hu and Yang Kai following behind, none of them had any trouble dealing with the divine abilities and secret techniques. It must have been difficult for the Kun clan to discover this route. Hong Hu sighed in amazement. Kun Yu's personality was generally on the colder side, so he had remained taciturn for the most part of the journey. Nevertheless, Hong Hu was his senior, so seeing as she had started the conversation, he could not ignore her and responded, "In order to find this passage, the Kun clan paid a heavy price several thousands of years ago. 2 seniors lost their lives in the Divine Ability Sea. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the humans' 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." She nodded. "I've heard of that." Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, "Senior, don't you think that the Divine Ability Sea is acting as a gigantic cage?" Hong Hu was stunned for a moment. If he had not mentioned this matter, she would never have thought about it. Now that she heard those words, though, she couldn't help thinking that the possibility was rather high. Yang Kai had this feeling the last time he saw the Divine Ability Sea, and after seeing the giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed in the demon's sealing land, his conjecture only became more certain. These divine abilities and secret techniques were left behind countless years ago, and despite going through the erosion and baptism of time, they still contain such fearsome power. It's difficult to imagine just how strong they were at their peak. It might be that even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not come out unscathed if they ventured deep into this place. Hong Hu pondered in silence for a moment before she asked, "Are you saying that the divine ability C was created as a protective barrier to prevent the giant spirit god from escaping?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's the only possibility." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4717. A Scourge Never Dies. Too much time had passed. It was so long ago that even a long-lived race like the Divine Spirits did not know what had happened back then. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's conjecture was reasonable. It might be the truth of what had happened back in ancient times. The only thing that confused Yang Kai right now was why a giant spirit god, being from a race which was generally innocent, mild-tempered, and would never take the initiative to provoke others, had started such a ferocious battle in the ancestral land. Yang Kai had personally witnessed countless divine spirits dying at the hands of that giant spirit god during that battle. Even the Dragon and the Phoenix clans had suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation even went so far as to burn all their blood essence to activate a massive grand array using the sacred treasures of 16 clans to condense the ancestral strength in the ancestral land to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It had been a mighty battle indeed. Following behind Kuan Yu, they navigated through the divine ability sea and made steady progress. All the divine abilities and secret techniques unleashed along the way were easily resolved by the three of them. A few days later, the view in front of them abruptly widened. The three of them had made their way out of the divine ability sea. Kuan Yu halted in his tracks, turned to Hong Hu, and cupped his fist. "Senior, we're out of the divine ability sea now. This junior will only escort you up to this point. Simply follow the way we came earlier when you return. Go back and thank your clan head on my behalf. Tell him the Phoenix clan owes him a favor." Hong Hu nodded. She had memorized the route along the way here and even used her power as a divine spirit to leave a mark along the trail, so there was no need to worry about how she was going to return. Kuan Yu lowered his head and said, "This junior will definitely relay the message. I shall take my leave now." While speaking, his figure shifted and he rushed back into the divine ability sea. After Kuan Yu departed, Yang Kai and Hong Hu continued their journey. It was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so although her cultivation was impressive, she couldn't help being curious about the outside world. Looking around though, she saw nothing but the vast and desolate void. Hence, it was inevitable for her to feel disappointed as she asked, "Is everything in the outside world like this?" Yang Kai laughed. "The situation at the Shattered Heaven is special. You will see a different scenery once we arrive back at a prosperous great territory, senior." She nodded. "In that case, I look forward to it. Let's go." He took the lead while speaking. He and Xia Lin Lang had fled deep into the Shattered Heaven back then, so it would take quite some time for him to leave. Traveling through the void was extremely boring. Fortunately, they could chat with each other along the way. Yang Kai told her about various things in the outside world. Regardless of the importance of the matter, Hong Hu listened with great relish. Ever since leaving the divine ability sea, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that he had developed a peculiar feeling. This feeling came from the depths of his bloodline. It felt as though there was something located somewhere far away that was closely connected to him. At the beginning, he did not understand what this feeling was. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before he abruptly realized that this feeling was the connection he felt with the Dragon Clan's dragon altar. It was once said that he would be able to sense the location of the dragon altar when his bloodline reached a certain level. That was the inheritance found deep within every Dragon Clan member's bloodline. In the past, his dragon form had only been 3,000 meters long. Moreover, he had been half human, half dragon. It made sense that he could not sense the dragon altar in such a state. However, this perception came into being now that he had advanced from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon and his dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Even if he was separated by a great distance, that feeling would never be severed. Yang Kai was certain that he would eventually find the Dragon Clan's dragon altar one day if he followed in the direction of this feeling. Thus, he suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since coming to the 3,000 worlds, he had been trying to locate the dragon altar. Unfortunately, the dragon altar was very hidden. Despite being one of the 36 cave heavens, nobody knew the location of the dragon altar. At this moment, the connection coming from the depths of his bloodline was undoubtedly pointing the way for him. It was a pity that he had urgent matters to take care of right now. Seeing as it was inconvenient for him to search for the dragon altar immediately, Yang Kai could only delay this matter for the time being. The shattered heaven was vast. Furthermore, there were no universe temples that they could use to transfer from place to place. Despite flying for a whole month, the two of them remained inside the shattered heaven. One day, Hong-Hu suddenly noticed something. She turned to look in a certain direction and frowned after a moment. There are people fighting over there. Yang Kai followed her gaze and sure enough, he saw several streams of light darting around in a relentless pursuit. Hong-Hu's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural for her to detect the anomaly before him. The shattered heaven is unlike the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. It is very chaotic and fights are very common here. Yang Kai explained, but showed no intention to intervene. Although Yang Kai had no intention to intervene in the fight, one of the parties in the fight seemed to have taken notice of their presence and was rushing directly in their direction. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly as this was also a common occurrence. When one party was losing a battle, they often liked to divert their opponent's attention to another person. Or they could be trying to ask for help. Regardless of the situation, the person who was unwittingly dragged into the mess would be the one troubled. It was not his first time encountering an incident like this, so it was only natural that Yang Kai understood the other party's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention to flee. Hong-Hu was right next to him, so who in the shattered heaven would dare to act presumptuous in front of her? Ha! All of a sudden, Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. When the leading figure approached, he detected a familiar aura. A short while later, he finally confirmed his suspicions when he had a good look at that person's appearance. It truly was a person that he was acquainted with. It was Qin Fun. He was one of the few open heaven realm masters among Xia Lin Lang's subordinates. Why is he here? Where is Xia Lin Lang? Seeing as it was an acquaintance, Yang Kai could not ignore the situation anymore. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. After that, he charged towards Qin Fun. Hong-Hu quickly followed closely behind. On the other hand, there was no doubt that Qin Fun had also recognized Yang Kai. A complicated gaze immediately entered his eyes as he gritted his teeth and rushed over. A short while later, they brushed past each other. Yang Kai raised his spear and stabbed forward. With the power of a spear, the world collapsed and the expressions of the two figures chasing from behind changed greatly as they quickly defended themselves. The collision of the world force swept across the void and Yang Kai's figure stumbled slightly before he steadied himself once more. On the other hand, the two chasing figures were involuntarily sent flying backward at the same time. Even though they were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they failed to defend against the attack of somebody in the same order as them despite combining both their strengths. If they had not personally experienced something like this, they would not have dared to believe that such a thing was possible. They stabilized their figures with great difficulty, but before they could declare their names, a horrifying pressure descended upon them. The pressure was so strong that their figures slumped slightly and their expressions changed drastically. A divine spirit? One of the middle-aged men stared at Hong-Hu, who was standing quietly in the void, with an expression of fear and horror. The power of this divine spirit was too immense. As Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they fail to sense such a thing? This pressure was so strong that it was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why did we run into a divine spirit here? The two of them looked at each other with a bitter taste in their mouths. Meanwhile, Qianfen returned. His complexion was pale and there were traces of blood on his clothes. His aura was weak, so it was obvious that he was injured. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Where is Xia Linlang?" Qianfen clenched his fists tightly and responded with his head lowered, "Madame was captured." Yang Kai scowled, "By who?" Xia Linlang was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As long as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not make a move, who in the Shattered Heaven could capture her? Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qianfen gritted his teeth. When we were sent out of that place, Cheng Yang appeared out of nowhere before we could go very far. He was probably lying in ambush all this while. Madame was no match for him, so she could only escape. She lured Cheng Yang away so that we could have a chance to flee. Unfortunately, we've gotten separated after several years of running around. That old thing. Scourges never die. Yang Kai scowled deeply. Qianfen looked at Yang Kai. Cheng Yang said that you should go and meet him if you want the madam to be returned safely. Yang Kai sneered, "Is he so certain that I will go looking for him?" Qianfen became furious. "Are you going to ignore madam's life or death situation? If not for you, Lin Lang Cave Heaven would never have been destroyed. With the protection of Lin Lang Cave Heaven, even Cheng Yang would not have been able to harm the madam." Yang Kai glanced at Qianfen. "Xia Lin Lang brought me back because she wanted the world spring. Everything that happened afterwards was simply a means to protect myself." To be honest, the destruction of Lin Lang Cave Heaven was the result of Xia Lin Lang's actions. Qianfen clenched his teeth and glared furiously when he heard those words. His expression looked like he wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and snorted, "But there is no denying that we have gone through difficult times together. Cheng Yang only captured her because of the world spring. Eche, how troublesome." Turning to look at the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who didn't even dare to move a muscle, he asked, "Are they Cheng Yang's men?" Qianfen replied, "That's right." The middle-aged man quickly explained, "We have no malicious intentions. It's just that Xia Lin Lang is worried about their safety, so the Divine Monarch asked us to invite him back as a guest. The others are already with the Divine Monarch." Qianfen coldly snorted, "No malicious intentions, my foot. If not because this Qin has some ability, I would have died at your hands a long time ago." The middle-aged man said, "When have we ever directed our murderous intent at you throughout our pursuit? I'm afraid you don't know your own situation right now. All the masters in the Shattered Heaven have set out, but the world spring remains nowhere to be seen. The rumors claim that Xia Lin Lang has gotten the world spring, so if you had encountered anybody else, you would have died a miserable death a long time ago." Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt their argument. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "The world spring is with me. It's useless even if Bright Sun Divine Monarch captures Xia Lin Lang. But, since he is so desperate to meet me, I'll go and pay him a visit." The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with his comrade. They did not dare to believe that things would be so simple, so he asked incredulously, "Really?" Yang Kai gestured, "Lead the way." The middle-aged man responded as though his dreams had come true, "This way." After saying that, he and his companion turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai glanced at Qianfen. "What are you going to do?" Qianfen quickly said, "I'm coming with you." Yang Kai nodded and quickly chased after those two. Hong Hu came over in a flash, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Cheng Yang knows that you are a Dragon Clan member. Why is he trying to target you? What reckless bravery." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The divine spirits have not left the ancestral land in a long time. It is only natural that my identity as a Dragon Clan member does not frighten him. He is an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so he can be considered quite capable." Hong Hu sneered at those words. It is not that the divine spirits are unable to leave the ancestral land, but that they don't want to. I'm curious to see what gives him the confidence to act so brazenly in front of a divine spirit. Looks like he is going to suffer greatly. Yang Kai took intense pleasure in the other party's approaching misfortune. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:18, Guests from Afar. Several figures stopped in the void. Yang Kai looked left and right for a bit before he asked, "Is this the place?" The middle-aged man in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm nodded, "Yes." "Announce our arrival." Yang Kai gestured. A trace of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he called out loudly nonetheless, "Divine Monarch, Yang Kai is here. Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." The void remained silent, and there was no reaction. He shouted once more, but there was no movement. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly, turning the middle-aged man as pale as a death sentence prisoner. His voice trembled as he shouted again, "Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. The middle-aged man nodded nervously, "It's right here." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not understand the reason for the middle-aged man's reaction. In any case, if Bright Sun Divine Monarch was really hiding here but refused to reveal himself, then it could only mean that he was afraid of Hong Hu. He probably never imagined that the Phoenix clan would show up. Even if he was in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, he was bound to suffer a loss against a master like Hong Hu. Space principles began fluctuating with a single thought from Yang Kai. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, a circle of ripples spread out into the surroundings with him as the center. Consequently, the void became distorted everywhere the ripples passed. Beside him, Hong Hu watched with bright eyes. She raised her hand slightly to feel the mysteries of space principles. It was her first time seeing such a strange power, so she couldn't help being curious. At the beginning, nothing much changed, but as time passed, the space principles that spread out like ripples on the surface of the water began to show a weak fluctuation. It was as though the swift river current had encountered a large boulder. Yang Kai's gaze shifted in a certain direction. At the same time, he urged the space principles more and more fiercely. The weak fluctuations gradually became more and more obvious as a result. About an incense stick later, even Hong Hu and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who did not understand anything about the Tao of space could detect the anomaly. Under the agitation of space principles, it soon became clear that there was a large space at that spot in the void which was different from its surroundings. That location was none other than the entrance connecting the universe cave heaven where Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived to the outside world. Yang Kai was just about to increase his efforts to forcibly break open the entrance when space distorted and opened to reveal a portal. Immediately after that, Qing Yang's figure stepped out from within and he loudly said, "I was not aware of your arrival, Lady Hong Hu. Please forgive this Qing for my lack of hospitality." After saying that, he turned to look at his two subordinates. His voice became cold and ruthless, "Incompetent good-for-nothings. What's the use of having you?" The expressions of those two changed greatly when they heard those words, and they immediately begged for mercy. Nonetheless, Qing Yang ignored their pleading and raised his hand. When he slammed his palm down, the power of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out and a mighty world force filled the void. With the power of a single palm strike, the heads of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were crushed on the spot. Their headless corpses swayed slightly, then their small universes collapsed and their world force dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Hong Hu coldly snorted, "How impressive, Divine Monarch." Martial Peak, Chapter 47:19, Bargaining. Cheng Yang was absolutely ecstatic when he first heard the news that the world spring had fallen into the hands of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. With his strength, what was a sixth-order open heaven realm master in comparison? He initially assumed that it would be easy pickings if he took action himself. Who could have known that Yang Kai would give him such a huge and unpleasant surprise instead? The strength of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was certainly nothing in front of Cheng Yang, but the other party was not only proficient in the Tao of space, but also an expert at escaping. He failed to capture Yang Kai as a result. When Cheng Yang's chase brought him into the Divine Ability Sea, he became stuck in an impossible situation. It was a miserable experience. If not because Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to leave the Divine Ability Sea, Cheng Yang was certain he would have been abandoned in that shattered space. If that had happened, even an eighth-order open heaven realm master like himself would have been trapped inside. It would have been impossible for him to turn his fate around again. After all, he had personally experienced the strangeness of the shattered space himself. That was why it was not a complete lie when Cheng Yang claimed that he admired Yang Kai. There was some truth and sincerity to his words. After staying in the ancestral land for some time, he learned that Yang Kai was not only closely related to the Dragon Clan, but he was now being personally escorted by a master from the Phoenix Clan. At this point, there was no longer any need to yearn for the world spring again. Cheng Yang did not have the guts to make an enemy of the Phoenix Clan in the ancestral land, as they were in existence even stronger than the Kuan Clan. Having gone through so much, though, it might be possible to make up for some of his losses if he could work together with Yang Kai. It was for that reason that he opened the portal of his cave mansion so enthusiastically. After several rounds of drinks, Cheng Yang brought up the topic again. "Little brother, I have connections and resources while you have the ability. If you and I work together, I'm sure we will profit enormously. Won't you consider it?" Yang Kai raised his glass and looked at Cheng Yang with a smile. "Are you talking about the matter regarding the universe paradises and universe cave heavens, divine monarch?" "Naturally." Cheng Yang nodded. In the shattered heaven, only such valuable prizes would interest an eighth-order open heaven realm master like him. There was no saying what good things he might discover inside. Yang Kai was about to refuse when he suddenly recalled that Xia Lin Lang seemed to be homeless after the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was more or less related to him. Not to mention, she was reluctant to leave the shattered heaven. What would happen to her once he left? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment before he said, "You mentioned that you know 5 or 6 locations suspected to have universe cave heavens or universe paradises, right, divine monarch?" Seeing that Yang Kai was interested in this matter, Cheng Yang immediately raised his brow. "That's not all. The possibility of these 5 or 6 locations is just higher. If I include the areas with a lower probability, then there are more than 10 locations. This monarch might be in 8th order open heaven realm, but my cultivation is useless in this regard. I have no access to them, much less the ability to determine whether a portal exists in these places. However, things would be different if you are involved, little brother." The portal of his cave mansion had been found easily by Yang Kai, and if Cheng Yang had not revealed himself in time, there were signs that the portal would have forcibly opened. "Please speak freely if you need something, little brother." Yang Kai said, "I need one of the universe cave heavens after we finish exploring them. Moreover, I want you to promise me that you will never expose the location of that universe cave heaven to anyone, divine monarch." Martial Peak, Chapter 4720, Do Me a Favor. Cheng Yang was about to ask what Yang Kai wanted to do with a fully explored universe cave heaven. It was no secret that these places were valuable when they remained hidden in the void, but they quickly became of little value once somebody discovered them. However, he suddenly noticed Xia Lin Lang sitting by the side and immediately understood the situation. He smiled and nodded. "Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you want 2 or 3 of them, You can go ahead and take as many of them as you want, little brother. This monarch will never give this information to anybody else. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang caught on to the situation and nodded at Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai was obviously asking for the universe cave heaven for her sake. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little complicated. She was the one who kidnapped and brought him to Pear Flower Cave Heaven back then. It had not been many years since that incident, but now he was talking and laughing on friendly terms with masters like Qing Yang. Not to mention, he also had a close relationship with the Phoenix clan of the ancestral land. The negotiations were settled, and everybody was satisfied. When the banquet ended, Qing Yang arranged accommodation for everybody and agreed to depart with Yang Kai after 3 days. The reason for the delay was that Hong Hu needed 3 days to help him dispel the ancestral strength in his body. Moreover, Yang Kai had repeatedly stated that he had urgent matters to deal with and could not be delayed for too long. That was why they decided to proceed as soon as possible. It was late at night when a knock on the door sounded. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. Xia Lin Lang was standing outside the door, so he smiled lightly when he saw her and said, "I was just about to look for you myself." While speaking, he stepped sideways and let her into the room. Xia Lin Lang asked curiously, "Did you need me for something?" "Take a seat." Yang Kai gestured before he poured a cup of tea for her. Sitting down opposite her, he said, "Why don't you speak first? Did you need me for something?" "I came to thank you." She gave a soft laugh. "I wanted to thank you for worrying about my living situation and even asking Bright Sun Divine Monarch for a universe cave heaven. It's only proper. After all, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. But the root cause lies with me. If I had not captured you back then, what happened afterward would not have taken place at all. It's my own fault for falling into this situation. It would have been perfectly reasonable for you to ignore my circumstances. Therefore, no matter what, I owe you my gratitude." Yang Kai waved his hand. "It's no big deal." Xia Lin Lang fell silent for a moment before she looked up at him and asked, "Did you need me for something?" "Yes. The thing is," Yang Kai sat up straight and looked at her seriously, "I need you to do me a favor." "What do you need?" She was puzzled. He explained, "You heard my negotiations with Qing Yang during the day. If I cooperate with him, every universe cave heaven or universe paradise we discover will mean large amounts of treasures falling into our hands. There might even be all sorts of rare or extinct items. Greed brings out the worst in people, and although Qing Yang is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I cannot trust him on his word alone. I need somebody I trust to help me supervise the process, lest he engage in mischief without my knowledge. It is not convenient for me to stay in the shattered heaven for long, so after considering everything, I came to the conclusion that I can only ask you for help." Xia Lin Lang exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't trust Qing Yang, but you trust me?" Yang Kai smiled. "You and I have faced life and death together multiple times. I have faith in you." Xia Lin Lang stared at him calmly for a moment before she burst into laughter. "You've already said so much, so I can only do my best to help you." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I will not ask you for help without giving you anything in return. My agreement with Qing Yang is a 50-50 share. You can take 10% out of my share. How is that?" Xia Lin Lang simply shook her head. "If you didn't come here in person, I would have suffered a tragic fate. It was also you who brought me out of the shattered space back then. This Xia Lin Lang might not be a righteous woman, but I will never forget how you saved my life twice now. I will help you manage your earnings and hand them over to you untouched when you return to the shattered heaven in the future. As for my compensation, you've already paid me, haven't you?" Needless to say, she was referring to the fully explored universe cave heaven that he previously requested from Qing Yang. To the cultivators living in the shattered heaven, having a safe place to stay was their greatest refuge. "But, in what capacity do I perform this task?" Xia Lin Lang asked. Yang Kai briefly pondered before saying, "I am Voidland's Lord. If you don't mind, I can appoint you as Voidland's high-rank guest elder right here and now. What do you think?" She pursed her lips into a smile. I don't mind. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for you. That won't be a problem. Yang Kai shook his head. Raising his teacup, he gestured at her. So, have we come to an agreement? Yes, we have. Xia Lin Lang raised her glass in a toast, and they drank to their agreement. After seeing Xia Lin Lang off, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, immersed his mind in his small universe, and manifested his soul clone. He quickly figured out the situation in his small universe with a single thought. Several years had passed since he left the shattered space, and during this period he had been too busy to pay attention to what was happening inside his small universe, though he did try to keep an eye on his two disciples, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai. Over the years, Zhao Ye had advanced to the transcendent realm from the immortal ascension realm and was on the verge of advancing into the saint realm even though her cultivation was constantly being suppressed. Her aptitude was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, the world energy in his small universe world was so rich that her cultivation continued to improve slowly even if she did not cultivate. What's more, the flow of time in his small universe was twice that of the outside world, so the several years delay that he experienced in the outside world meant that nearly 8 years had passed in his small universe. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai, whom Yang Kai initially had high hopes for and expected to inherit his legacy one day, seemed like a worthless potato in comparison. The former master was probably proficient in the sword Dao. The sword Dao essence is quite abundant. After saying that, he picked out a few people and instructed, "You will stay behind to explore this universe paradise. Any harvests must be organized and recorded. Pocketing anything privately will not be forgiven." Yes. Those people accepted the orders. Afterward, he turned to Yang Kai and added, "I will leave the rest to you, little brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded and reached out his hand to cover the portal. Under the urging of space principles, the obviously abnormal void gradually repaired itself and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment after a while. Taking out a token, he injected his aura and engraved some space principles into it. I've used a secret technique to conceal the portal so that outsiders will not be aware of it even if they pass by this place. You can explore this place with peace of mind. In order to enter and exit through the portal, you will need this token. Recklessly trespassing into this place will most likely get you exiled to the void. The expressions of the open heaven realm masters picked out by Cheng Yang immediately became unpleasant. Yang Kai's actions clearly indicated that he did not trust them, otherwise, why would he create the token? Even the eyes of Cheng Yang flashed slightly at those words. He never expected Yang Kai to pull out such a card. Yang Kai ignored them, however, and simply handed the token to Xia Lin Lang before saying, "Gather up some people to stay behind to help with the exploration." Xia Lin Lang nodded and glanced at Qin Fun. "Qin Fun, you stay here." Qin Fun took the token and quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai turned to the side and looked at Cheng Yang. "The next spot." Cheng Yang gave a slight smile. "Please follow me, little brother." They set off again with great energy while Qin Fun and Cheng Yang's subordinates stayed behind, watching the group's departure. It was not until the departing group was out of sight that they finally entered the universe paradise under Qin Fun's lead. Cheng Yang had been living in the shattered heaven for over 10,000 years. He spent most of his time in seclusion, sometimes spending up to several hundred or even 1,000 years in retreat. Even so, when it came to familiarity with the shattered heaven, there was nobody better than him except maybe the 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years, it was only natural for him to know various bits of information that other people might not know. For example, the locations where the portals of various universe paradises and universe cave heaven might be hidden. Under Cheng Yang's guidance, Yang Kai searched no less than 10 locations in the short span of 3 months. All of these locations were suspected to have hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises. In the end, they discovered a total of 5 portals. The other 5 locations came up empty. Nevertheless, a success rate of 50% was very high. It could be said that Xianxia's information was extremely accurate. No matter how proficient Yang Kai was in the Tao of space, he would never have found any of these portals within the Shattered Heaven without Qing Yang's guidance. During his escape with Xia Lin Lang previously, he had tried looking for a hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise to seek refuge, but his efforts had been fruitless. Among these 5 portals, 3 of them were universe paradises while the other 2 were universe cave heavens. The harvest was bound to be plentiful if all of them could be fully explored and developed. Yang Kai had nothing to worry about after leaving Xia Lin Lang to supervise the proceedings here. Regardless of the valuable treasures that might be discovered in these 5 locations, he and Qing Yang would split the gains equally among them. As for where Xia Lin Lang would eventually decide to choose as her residence, that would be up to her own consideration. Little brother, are you sure you don't want to stay in the Shattered Heaven for a few more days? After seeing what Yang Kai could do, Qing Yang was reluctant to let him leave so easily. I will be honest with you, little brother. I'm certain that Ku Yen and Tian Luo also know where some likely portals are located. If you can stay for a little while, this monarch can ask them about these locations. The names Ku Yen and Tian Luo that he mentioned were the names of the other 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. There was a total of 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, and while they could not claim to be close friends, there was bound to be some communication between them. Yang Kai smiled. There's no need to be so anxious, Divine Monarch. I will probably visit the Shattered Heaven again in the future. If you wish, you might as well make some inquiries first. It won't be too late for us to cooperate again when I return next time. Qing Yang raised his eyebrows. That's a promise then. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at Xia Lin Lang. If anything comes up, send Qin Fun to Void Land to find me. Xia Lin Lang nodded. I will. Take care. Only then did Yang Kai turn to Qing Yang and cupped his fist. Until we meet again. Come back soon, little brother. This monarch will be waiting to hear from you. Yang Kai shot a glance at Hong Hu, and the 2 of them rushed into the depths of the void together. After watching the 2 figures disappearing into the distance, Qing Yang finally smiled and said, Young Lady Xia, have you decided which universe cave heaven you want yet? Xia Lin Lang replied, Not yet. I wish to have a better look at them first. As it should be. You have to shop around before buying something, even more so when it comes to choosing a place to stay. Take your time to compare between them. You only need to inform this monarch once you have decided. Since little brother Yang and I have an agreement, I will not go back on my word. You should also rest assured. I will definitely keep my men tight-lipped about the location you choose as your residence. I will never reveal a word to the outside world. Xia Lin Lang gave an elegant bow. Many thanks for your kindness, Divine Monarch. 2 figures transformed into streams of light that sped through the void as swiftly as the wind. A month later, Yang Kai and Hong Hu finally came out of the Shattered Heaven. It was not until this moment that Hong Hu, who only recently left the ancestral land after living there for her entire life, could be regarded as having seen the splendor of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike the desolation found everywhere in the Shattered Heaven, each great territory that they passed through was filled with countless twinkling stars and flickering lights. Moreover, the vitality nurtured by the many universe worlds and spirit provinces could clearly be felt. Sinsen stopped in front of them and turned around to speak. Old Ancestor is inside. Please enter on your own, senior brother. Many thanks, junior sisterson. She then darted her eyes back around a bit before saying, If you really want to thank me, then please speak to Old Ancestor on my behalf. Bring me along when you return to the star boundary. It has been so long since I last met senior sister Lan. I miss her greatly. I'll do my best. Yang Kai smiled. Tsintsin pumped her fists and cheered for him. I'm counting on you. After Tsintsin departed, Yang Kai finally took a step forward with Honghu. Many eyes instantly turned to look at him as soon as he entered the hall. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. Staring at one of the old men, he laughed. Elder Yu? The old man was Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise. He was also High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder on paper. Having taken a fancy to a baby with the innate Dao body back in the star boundary, Yu Changdao had wanted to take the child on as his legacy disciple. However, the baby's mother had insisted that her deceased husband's dying wish was for the child to join High Heaven Palace. No matter how he tried to persuade her, she had refused to change her mind. In the end, Yang Kai came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. He invited Yu Changdao into High Heaven Palace to become the supreme high-rank guest elder. In this way, the child would remain as a High Heaven Palace disciple even though his master was Yu Changdao. Not only would Yu Changdao get his wish, but High Heaven Palace would also receive an additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as a supreme high-rank guest elder. It could be said to be a win-win solution where everybody was happy. After Yang Kai left the star boundary, the first thing he did was to study and repair several broken universe temples scattered across the 3,000 worlds. Next, he went to the Black Prison to transport stars from its depths to its periphery. Then, he cultivated inside the astral wind divine ability in the shattered heaven. When he obtained the world spring, he was pursued relentlessly and entered the ancestral land as a result. Inside the ancestral land, he unlocked the demon sealing land and improved his dragon vein to become a grand dragon. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Yang Kai never imagined that he would run into Yu Changdao here, and it was not just him either. The other people in the room were also very familiar to him. They were the foreign affairs envoys from the major cave heavens and paradises who should be watching over the star boundary. Leaving aside Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise, there was also Hong Xiangling of Azure Void Cave Heaven, Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven, and Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise. Yang Kai's delighted expression turned to surprise as he instinctively felt as though he had been tricked. It was an ominous feeling indeed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4724, Two Methods. Grandmaster Ma Fan just smiled meaningfully and asked, "Can you guarantee that every 14 units of the same type of material will be exchanged for one of a higher order? As I said just now, my luck today is relatively good. If your luck is bad, you might not get one in return even if you used dozens or even hundreds of materials. Luck is the most difficult element to predict out of everything." Yang Kai clenched the 6th Order wood element material in his hand and quickly said, "But, if I had to choose, I would rather consume several dozen 5th Order Yin or Yang element materials in exchange for a single 6th Order counterpart." 5th Order Yin and Yang element materials might be difficult to find, but they were much easier compared to those of the 6th Order. It had to be said that 6th Order Yin and Yang element materials were categorized as strategic reserves that could not be used easily, even among the cave heavens and paradises. Back when Voidland was being besieged by Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuoquan Hui, the great emperors had required countless materials to advance into the open heaven realm. If Yang Kai had not gone to the Black Prison, robbed Luan by Feng, and mined in or star from the Black Territory's depths, he would not have been able to get his hands on the necessary materials. The great emperors might still be stuck at the Emperor realm even now if that had been the case. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "That's why they are here. The World Tree is infinitely mysterious. Even though the World Tree of the Star Boundary is just a clone, the feedback from it is so powerful that one can barely believe it. The cave heavens and paradises have taken in quite a number of disciples from the star boundary and even dispatched many of their own disciples to be raised there. Over the past few years, many excellent and talented individuals with extraordinary aptitude have appeared in the star boundary. It can even be said that there have been more geniuses emerging from the star boundary in the past few decades than in the entire 3,000 worlds over the past few thousand years. Not much time has passed, so these little ones have not fully grown and developed. Even so, it is enough to see that there are many among them who are eligible to advance directly into the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. Some of them might even be able to advance directly into the 7th order. The star boundary was Yang Kai's homeland, so he couldn't help feeling proud after listening to Grandmaster Ma Fan's words. It was foreseeable that the star boundary would surely present a grand and prosperous scene in just a few hundred years. Grandmaster Ma Fan thus sighed. We're talking about advancing directly into the 7th order open heaven realm. Since the establishment of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, how many people have been able to advance directly into the 7th order? Not only does it require extraordinary aptitude but also incredible luck and fortune. In any case, one will require 7th order materials in order to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm. The materials for the 5 elements will not pose too much of a problem for now, as it is given that the cave heavens and paradises will have some reserves, so they will not lack them. The high-rank open heaven realm masters need these same materials for cultivation as well, but even if they have some 7th order yin and yang element materials in their reserves, there certainly won't be enough. It is only natural that they will have to plan ahead. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. Is that why they want to borrow the good fortune divine furnace? They want to create enough 7th order yin and yang element materials to prevent their reserves from being stretched too thin when the time comes. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. A short while later, the gray fog suddenly turned crimson red and an object was spat out from the depths of the furnace. Yang Kai caught the object, took a look, and exclaimed with raised eyebrows, "A 6th order water element." Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, compared to only investing materials of the same element, the chances of the good fortune divine furnace giving back a material of a higher order increases up to 70 or 80% if you invest a complete set of materials in one go. It can almost be said that the chances of failure are minimal. However, this method has a drawback in that it is impossible to determine the element of the material you will receive back from the good fortune divine furnace. You received a water element material this time, but it might be a fire element or yin element instead next time. Yang Kai sighed. It really is amazing. There were 2 methods, both with their respective pros and cons. The first method might result in great losses, but one would receive a material of the same element as the element originally invested. On the other hand, although one would experience much less losses with the second method, there were a multitude of uncertainties that came with the results. Yang Kai had the sudden urge to take all the materials that Void Land had been accumulating from the gourd vine over the years and throw them into the good fortune divine furnace right now. No matter how uncertain the results, he would eventually obtain some 6th order yin and yang element materials if he threw in hundreds or thousands of sets, right? During the journey, Hong Xiangling and the others constantly tried to find opportunities to discuss the rights to use the good fortune divine furnace with Yang Kai, but the latter stubbornly refused to budge on his stance. Thus, the others could only sigh helplessly. From Yang Kai's viewpoint, he had already named his conditions. As for the rest, the cave heavens and paradises would need to come to a consensus. Only then could the negotiation proceed any further. There was no need to waste their energy discussing this matter until then. Besides, he actually proposed similar conditions in the past. When news about the World Tree first leaked out to the public, the news attracted many cave heavens and paradises to investigate the situation. He had wanted to request opportunities to enter the small source worlds of these top great forces in exchange for the right to accept disciples from the star boundary and establish a Tao temple in the star boundary. However, the proposal was rejected by Su Linggong. The reason was that the qualifications to enter the small source worlds were tough competition even among the disciples of each cave heaven and paradise. They didn't even have enough to go around for themselves, so how could they let somebody take advantage of them in that manner? Martial Peak, Chapter 4726, Who is this auntie? Even Su Linggong had spoken back then, so Yang Kai could only settle for the second best option and change his conditions. However, the situation was different now. The cave heavens and paradises had witnessed the mysterious effects of the star boundaries world tree with their own eyes over the past few decades. The rapid growth of their disciples was the best proof. What immediately followed was a large demand for higher-order materials. If they wanted their disciples to successfully directly advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm, they had no choice but to compromise. Compared to opportunities to train in the small source worlds of each sect, the advancement of their disciples was naturally their top priority. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could reach a consensus with the cave heavens and paradises to some extent. The routes to the star boundary and voidland were different. Yang Kai, Hong Hu, Yuchang Dao, and the others traveled together for a month or two before they went their separate ways. Yuchang Dao and the others headed straight to the star boundary. Meanwhile, Yang Kai set off for voidland with Hong Hu. It took another 2 months before the two of them finally arrived at void territory after a long journey. Looking from a distance in the void, the enormous void land and Star City stood next to each other. Void Star City had been restored to its previous prosperity, and there was a steady stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes and sizes coming in and out of the void dock. It appeared to be very lively. In reality, Hong Hu had sensed the vitality of void territory as soon as they entered. Despite passing through many other great territories, there had not been any other one that was as lively as void territory. Moreover, flight-type artifacts were a rare sight in the vast void. It wasn't until she saw the prosperity of Void Star City that she understood why this place attracted so many cultivators. Is this void land? Hong Hu stared in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. This is Voidland. Staring at Voidland that was covered by the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Hong Hu seemed to detect something. I can sense the aura of the Dragon Clan. It's not very pure, but it's very strong. Yang Kai laughed and commented, I forgot to tell you, senior. Voidland sits on the back of Baishi. Old man Baishi had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and the spirit province on his back gradually evolved into Voidland's predecessor. Baishi. Hong Hu raised her delicate brow. As part of the Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she knew about Baishi's existence. Although she knew about him, she had never met him before, so she sighed in amazement. I've always heard the saying, Baishi bears a heavy load. Legend even had it that his back can carry the entire universe. Now that I see him today, he really lives up to his reputation. When they got closer, Yang Kai took out a jade, opened the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and slipped inside with Hong Hu. Old man Baishi's embodiment was sitting down cross-legged on one of the platforms located on a certain spirit peak. His long eyebrows drooped down to his knees and a mysterious language flowed out of his lips, imparting precious wisdom with every word. Many divine spirits sat upright in front of him and listened attentively. These divine spirits included the Dragon Clan members who grew up on Dragon Island, Xiao who had taken in Tai Yu's source, Lu Yen who had the Phoenix True Fire, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, and the Stone Spirit Clan from the Star Boundaries East Territory, Qiong Qi who was flowing Time Great Emperor's Mount, and several others with a wide variety of races. Martial Peak, Chapter 4727, I am not their opponent. There was more than one person with a Phoenix clan source in Voidland. Therefore, Zhu Jiaoyin was not unfamiliar with the aura of the Phoenix clan. That was how she figured out Hong Hu's origins at a glance. What surprised her was that the aura of this Phoenix clan member in front of her was extremely powerful. This Phoenix was definitely not weak. Hong Hu nodded as she was also examining Zhu Jiaoyin curiously. There were no heavenly moon demon spiders in the ancestral land, so it was her first time seeing this kind of divine spirit. For a time, she couldn't identify her. Yang Kai stepped forward and introduced them to each other. Only then could they consider themselves acquainted. The ancestral land? Zhu Jiaoyin revealed a suspicious look. What is that place? Hong Hu smiled. It is the origin of all divine spirits. To be honest, junior sister Zhu, with how strong your bloodline is, you should have been able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. That is the instinct that can be found deep within the bloodline of every divine spirit after they reach maturity, regardless of their origins or clan. A look of realization came over Zhu Jiaoyin's face. So it's that place. Just as Hong Hu mentioned, she had developed a vague sense that she was being summoned somewhere over the years. It was just that the sense was very weak and indistinct. Ever since leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, she had been trying to adapt to the world principles of the outside world. Not to mention, she had yet to recover her strength completely. There was no saying whether there would be any dangers waiting for her either. That was why she did not bother to explore and investigate this feeling. Nevertheless, she originally planned to make a trip once she recovered her full strength. It was a surprise to learn the truth about that place from Hong Hu. The ancestral land is where all divine spirits originate from. It is a place filled with rich ancestral strength, which is highly beneficial to the cultivation of divine spirits. The reason Senior Hong Hu came along with me this time is to bring everyone with a divine spirit bloodline to the ancestral land. As for the specific situation in the ancestral land, Senior Hong Hu will explain to everybody in detail, Yang Kai said while looking at everybody. Many of the divine spirits looked fascinated. Over the years, the strength of the human cultivators who came from the star boundary had increased steadily. Leaving aside the fact that the great emperors and Yang Kai's wives had already advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a long time ago, even most of the pseudo-great emperors from back then had advanced to the Open Heaven realm. On the other hand, the divine spirits who used to dominate the star boundary barely took a step forward. They felt very lost when it came to their futures as a result. Although listening to the teachings of Old Man Bai Shi over the past few years had helped them to a certain extent, the improvement of their bloodline was simply too slow. It was not until today that they learned about a place where all the divine spirits originated. Moreover, the ancestral land was filled with the mysterious ancestral strength that was highly beneficial to the cultivation of the divine spirits. How could the divine spirits not be fascinated by such a mysterious place? For a time, they couldn't help looking excited. On behalf of all present, I offer thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist at Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded. Bring the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress source to me. Once you have arranged everything, I will bring them back to the ancestral land. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Hong Hu would naturally receive hospitality from Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiaoyin, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about her. If I had not dragged you here just now, you'd probably be making love to Big Sister by now. I knew it. Out of all the sisters, Big Sister has the largest place in your heart. Yang Kai replied seriously, every one of you is equally important to me. Nobody comes first or last. Liar. She pouted. Getting nowhere with this conversation, Yang Kai flexed slightly and the silk threads that bound him snapped apart. Grabbing Shan Qing Luo's elegant waist, he flipped over and pressed her beneath his body. He looked at her affectionately. Words can be deceiving, but the body does not lie. Why don't you feel it with your body? Shan Qing Luo turned her head away and closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. After the dust settled, Shanqing Luo lazily rested on top of Yang Kai's body and muttered, "The ancestral land." Yang Kai nodded. Senior Hong, who came here to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. Senior Zhujiao Yin seems to be quite interested in the idea as well. If things go as planned, she will bring you with her. I'm not worried since she will be taking care of you, but do be careful of the Kun clan when you arrive there. Shanqing Luo nodded, "I will." Yang Kai reached out and slapped her full, smooth as silk moon before saying, "I need to find Su Yen. Senior Hong who is waiting for her." The enchantress lying above him simply winked at him mischievously though and remarked, "No need. I've already sent a message to all my sisters and asked them to come over." While saying so, she gave a wave of her hand and released a barrier. Several familiar auras immediately entered Yang Kai's perception. Under his dumbfounded gaze, Yu Meng walked in the lead, followed closely by Su Yen, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao. Yu Meng stood with her back upright and her chest puffed out, staring down at the couple on the bed with a look of disdain. Su Yen stood there with her head slightly lowered. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao were blushing furiously. Their skin was flushed and they seemed to be at a loss for what to do. "Everyone's here." Yang Kai gave a dry laugh. Yu Meng glared at Yang Kai before she turned to look at Shanqing Luo. "Was the meal you had alone tasty?" Shanqing Luo rested on Yang Kai's chest with a silly look in her beautiful eyes. "Tasty or not, you'll know once you try it for yourself, big sister Ru Meng." Even though Yu Meng was a charm demon, she had to reluctantly admit that she was not as good as Shanqing Luo when it came to such shamelessness. Thus she sighed to herself. "This devilish woman is bold indeed. No wonder this smelly man is so obsessed with her and visited her as soon as he returned." Xia Ningchang's head was hanging so low that she practically touched her chest as she murmured, "Luer said you were back, so I came to have elk. I'm going now." While speaking, she covered her face with her hands and turned to flee. Shanqing Luo, however, lifted a hand, and a snow-white spider thread wrapped around Xia Ningchang's waist. Ignoring Xia Ningchang's startled cry, she dragged the veiled beauty back to the bed and giggled happily. "You're already here, so why are you leaving? No one can leave without taking good care of husband." Yu Meng turned to glance at Shui Yu and Ji Yao. Those two were absolutely terrified and their eyes were filled with horror. She sneered coldly and strode towards the bed, stripping off her clothes while walking. "You acted like pitiful widows when he was gone, always sighing and looking gloomy all day long. Why are you hesitating now that he is back? I don't care. If I don't drain this smelly man dry today, I won't call myself Yu Meng again." She went up and kicked Shanqing Luo aside. Looking at the situation on the bed, Su Yen suddenly stepped forward. Ji Yao and Shui Yu hugged each other, trembling uncontrollably as they called out in a shaking voice, "Big sister." Su Yen turned a deaf ear to them. Her gaze was firm as though 1,000 men would not stop her. Sect Master really came back? Bian Yuqing was dealing with some minor tasks in Voidland when she suddenly received the message. Following a check with her divine sense, she became filled with joy. She quickly set aside what she was doing and hurried towards the main conference hall. When she arrived in front of the grand hall, she saw a figure with one hand supporting his waist and one hand pressed against the wall for support. The figure was hobbling along, seeming as though each step required great effort. The figure was extremely familiar, and upon taking a closer look, she was shocked. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing hurried over and took Yang Kai's arm. His complexion was as pale as paper and his aura was weak. He looked like he had been severely injured, so her expression became stern. "Sect Master, are you injured?" Yang Kai opened his swollen eyes and stared at Bian Yuqing for a long time before he seemed to recognize her. "Is it you, second manager?" Bian Yuqing was livid. "Sect Master, who injured you? This subordinate will immediately organize the troops to seek justice." Yang Kai coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I admit defeat. The enemy is too strong. I am not their opponent. Yu Meng, that charm demon, sure was cruel. She went so far as to use a secret technique to gather yang to supplement yin to suck him dry. Thankfully, his dragon clan bloodline was powerful. Not to mention, he recently became a grand dragon. If it had been the him from the past, he would have been a withered husk by now. Even so, he couldn't help feeling weak and lightheaded at this moment. It was no different from a life-or-death battle against a powerful foe. Bian Yuqing was absolutely shocked. It had to be said that Yang Kai was a powerful master. Even when faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Zuoquan Hui, he had dared to fight head-on. In the end, he finally killed his mighty enemy even though his cultivation was weaker. Just what kind of terrible monster did the sect master encounter for him to be at such a disadvantage? I can't even imagine it. So far, there are roughly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. There are basically no changes in this regard. On the other hand, we have 162 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 493 4th Order Masters, and over 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters beneath the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. There were nearly 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in total. It was a terrifying number indeed. Ordinary second-class great forces would be considered pretty successful with 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. However, Voidland had over 20 times that number. That was where heritage came into play. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Has proprietress come out of retreat? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Bai Qi and the others have been standing guard over Madame Lan's place of retreat over the past few years, but there have been no movements so far. Yang Kai frowned slightly. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years already, but there was still no news from her so far. There was no telling whether her attempt was successful or not. Be that as it may, it could be seen just how difficult it was for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. It had to be said that the proprietress' aptitude was very high as she had advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, which made her comparable to the core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Keep an eye on proprietress and inform me immediately if there's any news, Yang Kai instructed. Yes. Also, I stopped by Grandmaster Ma Fan's place on my way back and received an unexpected windfall. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment after hearing the name before quickly realizing something. Are you referring to Grandmaster Ma Fan of Great Evolution Paradise? Have you heard of him before? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. She smiled and answered the question. Senior Sister Hua sent a message from the Star Boundary. Information on the situations at High Heaven Palace and Voidland is shared among us after all. I heard that Grandmaster Ma Fan brought a group of disciples to the Star Boundary several dozen years ago, and Senior Sister Hua allowed them to establish a Dao temple there. There was an uproar at the time because of this incident. Why? Yang Kai frowned. She explained, that was because you instructed Senior Sister Hua to prevent any great forces aside from the Cave Heavens and Paradises from establishing a Dao temple in the Star Boundary before you departed back then. If things had played out equally for all parties, then nothing would have happened. The key point was that the Great Evolution Dao Temple had appeared out of nowhere. They would then search for a random place and settle down there, which would allow their disciples to be exposed to the light of the world tree so that they would have greater accomplishments in the future. There were even more great forces searching for disciples with excellent aptitudes in the Star Boundary, hoping to recruit them for themselves. It could be said that there were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere in the Star Boundary. Even an unremarkable old man that could be seen in any random small village might just be a 5th or 6th order open heaven realm master. If these old men were looking around with glowing eyes, then they were surely searching for suitable disciples. Over the decades, the native cultivators in the star boundary had gradually gotten accustomed to such things. There had been some resistance when the great forces first tried to recruit people from the star boundary at the beginning. After all, the people in the star boundary only knew of High Heaven Palace and nobody had knowledge about the cave heavens and paradises. The cave heavens and paradises later established their respective Tao temples in the star boundary, and as their fame spread, the natives in the star boundary slowly relaxed their vigilance. Nowadays, it was not difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to recruit disciples. Their reputation had spread so much that the people in the star boundary were familiar with all of them. These cave heavens and paradises were known as the strongest great forces in the entire vast outer universe. The chance to join them was also a type of opportunity. However, these cave heavens and paradises had made an agreement with Xianxia in advance. Each sect could only accept up to 5 disciples every 100 years. If the great forces below the cave heavens and paradises wanted to recruit disciples, they had to display a strong enough heritage. Even so, the young talents might be very picky about their choices. The open heaven realm masters who were responsible for recruiting disciples faced great difficulties as a result. In the past, these open heaven realm masters had always been the ones choosing their disciples, but after coming to the star boundary, the scenario was reversed instead. These little ones who had barely grown any of their body hair were not only unafraid of these powerful open heaven realm masters, but they might also look down on the sects they came from for not being good enough. Be that as it may, the open heaven realm masters had no choice but to patiently explain that their sects were not weak. They were simply not as powerful as the cave heavens and paradises. Fan Liang Peng of Heavenly Martial Tower had a deep experience regarding such matters. Heavenly Martial Tower could be considered a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial territory. As such, this sect was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, Fan Liang Peng himself was in the 5th order open heaven realm. Heavenly Martial Tower immediately dispatched him to High Heaven territory to investigate the situation in the star boundary when news of the world tree first spread. After he submitted his report on the situation in the star boundary, Heavenly Martial Tower immediately placed great importance on this matter. Therefore, they gave him another task. He had to recruit 5 disciples with outstanding aptitude from the star boundary within 100 years. For that reason, he spent great effort and searched the star boundary for decades before he found 4 disciples. From his perspective, these 4 disciples had extraordinary aptitudes and had an opportunity to advance directly to the 6th order open heaven realm in the future. When the news came back, the entire Heavenly Martial Tower practically jumped up and down in joy to celebrate. Yang Kai burst into laughter and shook his head. High Heaven Palace does not lack materials. If mere compensation in terms of materials was enough to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, then Grandmaster Ma Fan would not have left this matter to Yang Kai. It would have been more beneficial for him to do the negotiations himself. The high-rank Open Heaven Master who spoke up previously frowned. Sect Master Yang, the good fortune divine furnace belongs to Great Evolution Paradise. If you are unable to make a decision, then don't you think you need to have a careful discussion with Grandmaster Ma Fan at Great Evolution Paradise? Yang Kai turned to look at that person. I have full authority to make the final call when it comes to the good fortune divine furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan left this matter to me, and I will not disappoint him. He then stood up and continued, it looks like you have not come to a consensus, which is fine. It's not too late to come back and discuss matters with me once you have reached an agreement amongst yourselves. But, Don't even bother to mention anything about providing materials in exchange for the use of the good fortune divine furnace again, not unless you are providing yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above. Martial Peak, Chapter 4731. Master also has parents? The reason why the cave heavens and paradises wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace was to create more yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above, so how could they use those materials to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai's statement had undoubtedly rendered everybody else speechless. I just came back to the star boundary, so I have many affairs to deal with. Please excuse me, Yang Kai said and departed with a flash, leaving behind many open heaven realm masters looking at each other perplexedly. Dong Su Zhu looked up into the sky from the top of a certain spirit peak. Hua Qingxi had immediately sent a message to inform the 2 elders about Yang Kai's return as soon as he arrived in the star boundary. Overjoyed to learn that her son had returned, Dong Su Zhu had specially come out here to wait for his arrival. Yang Yingfeng walked out of the bamboo building behind her, his arms clasped behind his back, and snorted, "He doesn't even come back to visit his parents as soon as he returns. We truly wasted our time raising this son." Although he said those words, his eyes would glance around from time to time with an earnest expression. Dong Su Zhu turned around to glare at him. "You talk too much. Our son has a different status now. High Heaven Palace is so enormous and he has not returned for so many years. I'm sure he has many things to discuss with Manager Hua. You can go back if you're upset. Nobody is forcing you to wait here." Yang Yingfeng sighed and muttered, defeated by a loving mother. During their conversation, space nearby rippled. Immediately after that, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Kai, whom these 2 elders had been yearning all day and all night to see. Dong Su Zhu hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Son, you're back." "Mother." Yang Kai nodded in greeting before he turned to look at Yang Yingfeng nearby. "Father." Yang Yingfeng grunted sullenly in response, then he turned around and entered the bamboo building. Dong Su Zhu took Yang Kai's hand and examined him carefully. After a while, she finally said in satisfaction, "You didn't get thinner. In fact, you've gotten stronger. You must have suffered a lot outside all these years." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "I'm used to it." He carefully perceived her aura and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mother, have you already advanced into the open heaven realm?" She nodded. "That's right. I'm also in the open heaven realm now." It all felt like a dream whenever she recalled everything that she experienced over the years. Starting from the Yang family in the Great Han Dynasty up until now, it was difficult to imagine that she would advance into the open heaven realm one day. "Which order?" He looked concerned. She smiled. "5th order." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Thanks to the feedback from the world tree in the star boundary back then, his parents had been lucky enough to condense their Tao seals. Yang Kai had personally examined them once, and with his parents' original aptitude, the 3rd order open heaven realm would have been their limit even if they managed to advance into the open heaven realm. It was only thanks to the star boundaries world tree that they had hopes of a better outcome. With a 2-pronged approach involving the divine Tao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Dong Su Zhu managed to advance into the open heaven realm in recent years. "What about father?" Yang Kai asked. "He is also in the 5th order open heaven realm." Dong Su Zhu laughed. Speaking of which, there had been some risks involved when the 2 elders advanced into the open heaven realm. Their aptitude had barely been enough after all. When a man and a woman lived and cultivated together for hundreds of years, starting from when they were just little children, it was only natural for feelings to grow between them. It was just that the 2 little ones had never expressed anything to him, so he did not wish to speak rashly. Nevertheless, it was time to make up his mind now that his parents had brought up this matter. A short while later, he answered, "In terms of seniority and hierarchy, there is no denying that Xiaoer is one generation younger than Shuer, but if we look at it from the perspective of them as disciples under the same master, they share a senior brother and junior sister relationship. What I'm trying to say is that we should let nature take its course. We can leave this matter to them. If something really does come of this, then they each have their own seniority over the other. It's not a big deal anyway. Cultivators don't really care about these minor details. Besides, there is no real blood relationship between them. Even if they were to marry each other, it would be an auspicious matter. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu exchanged a glance with each other, with Yang Yingfeng asking worriedly, even if that's the case, will outsiders say anything? Yang Kai laughed, just let them follow their hearts. Why should we care what other people might say? If they can't even withstand a few unsolicited remarks, then there is no need for them to be together. Dong Suzhu nodded, that's true. To cultivators, age and seniority are not very important. Even among our daughters-in-law, many of them are much older than you. If we really had to follow honorifics, then we would have to call her senior. Needless to say, she was referring to Yu Rumeng. As one of the demon race demon saints, Yu Rumeng was countless times older than Yang Kai. Even Xueyu, Shanqing Luo, and Ji Yao were also much older than Yang Kai. There was no need to even mention Zhu Qing in this regard. Only Xia Ningchang and Su Yen were of similar age to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng also nodded. Putting it this way, then we have nothing to worry about. We only need to clarify the two children's intentions. That's right. While speaking, Yang Kai laughed again. By the way, mother, father, I came back to ask you for a favor. Dong Suzhu smiled. You are our son. Just speak up if there's something you need from us. Why would you need us to do you a favor? With a wave of his hand, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was a stunning beauty, and the other was a slightly foolish-looking man. These two had been in the middle of doing something when they were summoned from the small universe by Yang Kai without any warning, so they were a little confused at first. After looking around their surroundings and seeing Yang Kai, both of them quickly bowed in greeting. Honored Master. Honored Master? Dong Suzhu looked at Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai in surprise. Kai'er, did you take on disciples? Yang Kai nodded and made the introductions. This boy with the silly look on his face is Zhao Yibai. This smart and quick-witted girl is Xiaoya. Then he turned to those two and added, these two are your master's parents. Zhao Yibai immediately became dumbstruck and asked in a panic, Master, you have parents too? Yang Kai kicked Zhao Yibai. Nonsense. Why wouldn't I have parents? Did you think I popped out of a rock? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hand and responded in embarrassment. No, 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 Master. That's not what I meant. Xiaoya tugged at Zhao Yibai and knelt on the ground with a thud. She bowed respectfully. Xiaoya greets Grand Masters. Only then did Zhao Yibai return to his senses and hurriedly bow in greeting. Zhao Yibai greets Grand Masters. Dong Suzhu smiled brightly, waving her hand to help the two up as she called out, what good children! Stand up, stand up. A gentle force wrapped around Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai, and they stood involuntarily. Oh my, this little girl is really quite pretty. Dong Suzhu examined Xiaoya and did not hesitate to praise the girl. Xiaoya smiled sweetly and shyly said, Thank you, Grand Master. Dong Suzhu quipped, I wonder which smelly brat will be so lucky to have you in the future. Xiaoya blushed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yibai. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was standing with his hands clenched tightly into fists, his head straight, and his chest raised slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. There was even a sheen of fine sweat covering his forehead. Numbskull! Xiaoya pouted to herself. Seeing this scene, Dong Suzhu immediately understood the situation. She then beckoned Xiaoya over. When Xiaoya approached, she took the young woman's small hand and took off one of the bracelets on her own arm before placing it in Xiaoya's hand. Since this is our first time meeting each other, you can consider this a gift from your grandmaster. Xiaoya looked down. Although she could not identify the grade of the bracelet, She knew that it was an extraordinary item. Thus, she quickly shook her head and said, "Grand Master, this is far too precious. I can't accept this." "Just take it. It is the first time your master has ever taken a disciple. As your Grand Master, how can I fail to show some sincerity?" Helpless, Xiaoya turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "The gifts from your elders cannot be refused." Upon hearing what her master said, she finally pursed her scarlet lips and said, "Xiaoya thanks you for the gift, Grand Master." "Good girl." Dong Suzhu smiled and patted Xiaoya's head. Seeing this, Yang Yingfeng could only dig out a chainmail-like artifact armor from his space ring and hand it to Zhao Yibai. "This isn't a particularly expensive item, but it suits your current cultivation. Consider this a meeting gift from your Grandmaster." Having learned from Zhao Ya's previous experience, Zhao Yibai did not refuse. Instead, he cupped his fist and shouted in a deep voice, "Zhao Yibai thanks Grand Master for the gift." He took 2 steps forward and reached out to take the artifact armor with both hands. It was almost as though he was carrying a supreme treasure as he respectfully stepped back. Although it was only the first meeting, the performance of the 2 children was enough for the 2 elders to obtain an idea of their personalities. Xiaoya was undoubtedly more likable thanks to her cheerful personality. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was relatively slow-witted in comparison. He also had a simple and honest temperament. What's more, these were the disciples that Yang Kai took in. Regardless of their aptitude, there was nothing wrong with their characters. "I know." She waved her hand impatiently. Yang Kai shook his head in frustration. Turning to look at Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai sternly, he warned them, "From today onward, the 2 of you will cultivate hard under your 2 grandmasters. Be obedient. If I learn that you have committed any mistakes, I will not forgive you." This disciple would not dare. The 2 children replied in unison. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. "Father, Mother, I still have other matters to discuss with the head manager. I'll be taking my leave now." Dong Suzhu nodded in understanding. "Go on then." After a quick bow, Yang Kai turned around to leave. He had just been about to discuss the matters regarding the new great territory with Hua Qingxi when they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yu Changdao and the others. Hence, he was still unclear about the situation over there. When Yang Kai met Hua Qingxi again, the first thing he did was ask, "Just what is the situation in the new great territory?" She replied, "The new great territory is extremely rich in resources. It's a fertile land that has never been developed before. We have found many good things over the years. A few years ago, we even discovered a very interesting universe world." "A universe world?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How is it interesting?" She gave a little hint. "You will have to find out the specifics for yourself when you see it. Believe me, you will be surprised, Sect Master." While saying so, she took out a communication bead to send a message. It didn't take long before a person arrived. That person was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai and quickly bowed in greeting, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded. "Long time no see, hey he." The person who arrived was the second person Yang Kai included in the loyalty list, Hei He. The first person to leave their name in the loyalty list was Chen Tianfei, who gave Yang Kai the loyalty list in the first place. When changes first occurred in the star boundary thanks to the world tree, it was Hei He who brought Lan Sun to the 3,000 worlds and traveled to Voidland to report the news to Yang Kai. Hei He had been in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm when he was first taken in by Yang Kai, and there was no change to his cultivation at present. He was still in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, his aura had obviously become much more profound. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. It was just that the Open Heaven realm required time to accumulate and precipitate experience, so it was not that easy to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Hua Qingxi instructed, "Hei He, bring the sect master to the small stone world." He quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded at Hua Qingxi lightly before pushing his space principles to wrap around Heihe. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what they were doing, the Stone King opened his mouth and chomped down on an armless small stone race clansman. He finished eating that clansman in 2 of 3 bites. The clansmen standing next in line did not show any reaction at the sight. They simply continued to wait in line and offered up their broken bodies to the Stone King. None of them showed any complaints, regrets, or fear. They even eat their own clansmen. Yang Kai was shocked. It seems that this small stone race really doesn't have much sentience after all. He sighed slightly. It's also for the sake of the clan's continuity. The Stone King will only lay stone eggs after eating. He does not lay eggs under normal circumstances. Yang Kai frowned. If it's for the sake of the clan's continuity, then what was the reason for the battle just now? They lost several hundred clansmen in the battle, but less than 100 stone eggs were laid even after feeding all their winnings to the Stone King. We believe that their actions are a means to control their population. Reproducing to ensure the continuity of their race is their entire mission in life, but the resources in the small stone world are extremely scarce. They may perish with time if their population is not controlled. With their level of sentience, they might not understand the extinction of their entire race, but they are still living creatures. It makes sense that they can instinctively sense the issue and take the corresponding measures to solve the problem. Population control. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered in silence. Everything that he witnessed earlier indicated that Yuhi's explanation made sense. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been cultivating and observing the environment in this place for more than 40 years, so it was only natural that they had a deeper understanding of this place compared to Yang Kai. The truth is that, aside from the extremely unique cultivation environment here, we did not discover any valuable resources anywhere on the small stone world. We were initially confused by the situation, but we finally figured out the reason after realizing that the small stone race is scattered across the entire small stone world. Yuhi explained quietly, it might be that the small stone world used to have various resources, including cultivation materials. Unfortunately, these resources must have been devoured clean by the small stone race. Although they can only feed on common ores nowadays, their reproductive ability is still too strong. It is necessary for them to control their population, and carrying out battles between different clans is the best method to control their numbers. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai nodded and said, "That makes sense. No wonder they fought so viciously just now only to stop and make peace abruptly. They even brought the corpses of their respective clansmen back to their nests." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4738, Managing the Small Stone Race. Yuhi nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. She knew that this matter should be handled as soon as possible. The sooner they invested in this venture, the sooner they could all benefit from the small stone world. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhou Ye. You need to take a trip too. Find all the people who are exploring the area nearby and ask them to send over all the harvested materials in the third order and below. In addition, relay the message to everyone else. From now onward, all the materials in the third order and below that are harvested will be delivered here. There's no need to send them back to High Heaven Palace. Nurturing the small stone race was a long-term project. This process would definitely consume many resources in the future, but the new great territory should be able to satisfy these requirements. In any case, the value of materials in the third order and below was not that substantial. Using them on the small stone world would be perfect. Zhou Ye nodded. Big Brother and the others are not far from here. I'll go there now. The Big Brother she was referring to was none other than Mao Zhe. Yang Kai waited in place for close to 3 days. Then, a huge ship broke through the clouds and hovered in midair. Several figures flew out from that ship and came in this direction. When those figures approached, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye bowed in unison. Sir. Yang Kai nodded. I'm sure you're already aware of the situation. Mao Zhe said excitedly, We've heard about the news. Sir, what do we do now? He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. If the matter related to the small stone world was handled properly, it would benefit all the Open Heaven Realm Masters under Yang Kai's command. Mao Zhe was only one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so if he could cultivate in the small stone world, he would surely be able to advance faster. How many materials in the 3rd Order and below do you have here? Yang Kai asked. Mao Zhe causally reported a number. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard the number and commented, That's quite a lot. It will probably last for quite some time. Yuhi was already on her way back to High Heaven Palace, so it would not take too long before she returned with even more materials. A short while later, dozens of Open Heaven realms of varying orders flew out from the ship. They each carried different amounts of materials in the 3rd Order and below and began scattering them across the small stone world to feed the Stone Kings. Mao Zhe and the others did not stay for long either. When all the members returned, they set off again and headed deeper into the new great territory to continue developing this frontier land. After waiting for another month or so, Yuhi finally returned together with Hua Qingxi. The matter regarding the small stone world was extremely important. It was not that Hua Qingxi had not paid attention to this matter in the past, but rather that she had not understood the specific situation here. Now that Yang Kai had discovered the truth, it was only natural that she wanted to investigate the situation in person. They brought even more materials with them on this trip. All the materials in the 3rd Order and below that had been stored in High Heaven Palace all these years had been brought over. Thus, the number was simply astounding. Furthermore, Hua Qingxi had ordered her subordinates to make large-scale purchases of the materials in the 3rd Order and below from High Heaven Star City. At the same time, she sent a message to Voidland so that they could also deliver the materials in the 3rd Order and below over to the small stone world. Good, we'll use a complement of 10 3rd Order and 10 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. We'll consider it a benefit to them. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. I'm certain many people will be jumping at the opportunity to come here. The small stone world was such an excellent cultivation environment, so who would not want to come? It was just that High Heaven Palace was putting great effort into exploring and developing the new great territory, so almost all the Open Heaven Realm Masters were dispatched as a result, leaving most no chance to come and cultivate in the small stone world even if they wanted to. But now, 20 people were needed to manage the small stone world. How could they not compete for these 20 spots? Unfortunately, the troublesome task of choosing 20 people to come here belonged to her. Perhaps we should let them take turns. We can set a fixed duration. When that duration expires, someone else will take over. Hua Qingxi muttered in a pensive tone. You can come up with a plan for this matter on your own. This situation is temporary anyway. When the small stone race's population increases to a certain extent, the conditions in this world will definitely be able to satisfy even more people cultivating here at the same time. The quota will not be such a competition by then. Hua Qingxi nodded. When that time comes, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to exchange for the qualification to enter Small Stone World. After a brief conversation with Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi formed a rough idea of the plans for the Small Stone World's future. She suddenly looked at him and asked curiously, "Sect Master, what are you doing? Should I summon people over to help you?" Yang Kai just shook his head. "Others won't be of help. I'm planning to set up a universe array here." A universe array? Hua Qingxi's eyes lit up at his words. She had always remained in the star boundary and had basically never taken a step outside, let alone traveled the vast 3,000 worlds. However, it did not mean that she lacked common knowledge about the outer universe. It was only natural that she had heard of the universe array, which was the central grand array of the universe temples. Almost every single great territory in the 3,000 worlds had their own universe temple where cultivators could transfer to, thereby reducing their travel time by a significant margin. It was a pity to hear that those universe temples were ancient creations and that the universe array itself was shrouded in mystery. As such, some universe temples in the 3,000 worlds had lost their function as transit points due to long years of disrepair because the cave heavens and paradises had no way to repair them. I can't believe Sect Master has the ability to arrange a universe array here. Does that not mean that he has figured out the mysteries of the universe temple? If that's the case, it's a huge boon for High Heaven Palace. With a universe temple acting as a transit point, the development of the new great territory would surely progress much faster. It would also be more convenient for High Heaven Palace disciples to travel back and forth. Arranging a universe array should cost a lot, right? Sect Master, do you need any material support? Hua Qingxi asked. Before coming here, I already took adequate supplies from Second Manager. There should be enough supplies to set up 3 arrays, so I don't need anything for the time being. I will come to you if I need something. She nodded. Right. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. How have the cave heavens and paradises reacted to the matters involving the good fortune divine furnace? Hua Qingxi quickly reported, Elder, you came to discuss this matter with me once, but there seems to be no consensus among the cave heavens and paradises yet. Martial Peak, Chapter 4739, The Profound Yin Bamboo. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, it would not take more than half a day for him to set up a normal-scale space array with enough resources. However, it took him 3 whole months to arrange the new universe array. Although the universe arrays and the space arrays basically came from the same source and had many similarities, the universe array was undoubtedly more complex and sophisticated. In addition, Yang Kai was arranging a universe array for the first time. As he was unfamiliar with the method, he would occasionally make mistakes and his efforts for the past few days would be in vain whenever that happened. Nevertheless, he finished setting up the first universe array after 3 months of hard work. The universe array was located directly on the small stone world, close to the bamboo building where Yuhi, Zhouya, and the others were cultivating. Using a secret technique to leave his imprint in the grand array, he immediately soared into the sky. Now that the universe array was completed, the next step was to verify its effects. Matters like these could not be done by others because the consequences would be extremely serious if something were to go wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he activated the universe transference law and discovered a problem, he would at least be able to protect himself. He traveled swiftly, and under the urging of space principles, his figure flickered as he left behind a trail of space beacons in his wake. Exactly half a day later, a grand hall suddenly appeared in the void. The grand hall was huge, and the entire building was built on an abandoned spirit province. Even though it was obvious that the Grand Hall was built recently, there was nobody here. Standing in front of the Grand Hall, Yang Kai looked around briefly. Only then did he raise his hands and form a set of seals to activate the universe transference law. He could vaguely sense a connection with something in a far-off place, which was the exact direction where the small stone world's universe array was located. When this feeling emerged, Yang Kai knew that there were no issues with the universe array he set up earlier. He had spent more than 20 years repairing the universe temples that had long lost their function after years of disrepair. The ability to repair the universe temples indicated that he had already figured out the mysteries within them, so it was not a problem for him to set one up now. There was no resistance, and his figure vanished from the spot 3 breaths later. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai was already standing on the universe array in the small stone world. Yuhi had been waiting by the side all this time, and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of him as she looked at him in anticipation. "Young master, is it done?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's done. But using the universe transference law is as time-consuming as ever." Even for a person like him who was proficient in the Tao of space, using the universe transference law took 3 full breaths before he was transferred back here. If it were anybody else, the duration would have been even longer. This little bit of time would not matter under normal circumstances, but in a dangerous situation, such as being pursued by a powerful enemy, even a single breath could be the difference between life and death, much less 3. That was why very few people in the Great Territories would use the universe transference law to escape when being pursued. There was no chance for them to use the universe temples at all, unless they could find a way to escape from their enemies and create the space and time needed to activate the universe transference law. There's no helping it. The distance is too large when transferring to a universe temple. The one near the new Great Territories gate was Universe Temple A, the one in the small stone world was Universe Temple B, and the last one in the further depths of the new Great Territory was Universe Temple C. There had never been a Great Territory with so many Universe Temples before, so nobody could be certain as to what the outcome would be if the Universe Transference Law was activated in such a situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal experimentation showed that he could subtly sense all 3 Universe Temples if he activated the Universe Transference Law in the new Great Territory. By focusing on one particular universe temple, he could successfully transfer himself to it. It was no trouble at all. After half a year, the population of the small stone race in the small stone world had expanded to a certain extent, and the small stone world's heritage was also enhanced accordingly. Large batches of materials in the 3rd order and below were steadily delivered to the small stone world. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of managing the small stone race were in charge of feeding these materials to the small stone race. The Stone Kings in their respective nests practically laid 100 to 200 stone eggs a day now. If that was the case for one clan, then there would be even more with thousands or tens of thousands of clans. The small stone race that Yang Kai migrated away from the small stone world had more than been made up for. Previously, the small stone world could only support 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters cultivating at the same time, but the current small stone world could support 3 with no trouble, and that was already after taking the 3rd and 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters managing the small stone race in the small stone world into account. The growth of the small stone world's heritage could easily be seen. The same held true for Yang Kai's small universe. When High Heaven Palace previously delivered massive amounts of materials in the 3rd order and below to the small stone world, Yang Kai had directly taken half of them and tossed them into his small universe. The materials were divided equally and scattered around the nests of the small stone race. Yang Kai no longer needed to feed them in person. In any case, the small stone race clansmen would automatically search for resources, so as long as he tossed the materials nearby, there was no need to worry too much about them. In the past half-year, the number of the small stone race clansmen in his small universe had increased from 10 million to 12 million. The unique small stone race seemed capable of growing infinitely in number as long as they had enough resources. With every passing moment, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was steadily growing stronger, hence, he also benefited from this growth. The same numbers of small stone race could bring 10 times more benefits to him compared to any other living creatures. In the past, Yang Kai had been planning to search for an opportunity to raise even more humans in his small universe. However, there was no such need anymore. Why would he need any other living creatures when he already had the small stone race? What other living creatures could possibly bring more benefits than the small stone race? Yang Kai also took the time to look at the profound Yin bamboo, one of the 12 minor pillars. It was a dark and gloomy universe world with no signs of living creatures whatsoever, and the profound Yin bamboo was located at the spot where all the world energy in the universe world seemed to converge. It was as though all the energy in the world was being used to support the existence of this particular minor universe pillar. There were not many stalks of profound Yin bamboo, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was as tall as a man. He and Xen Peng were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Only Qin Tianfei and Yun Xinghua belonged in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. He had not felt anything about it in the past, but as his strength steadily improved and the number of masters Yang Kai came into contact with increased, a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master became indeed a little undesirable. Upon further consideration though, he decided against the idea. Yun Xinghua had been assisting Mo Mei in Void Star City all this time after all. He dropped by to greet Yu He, then he activated the Universe Transference Law and arrived directly at Universe Temple A that was located near the Territory Gate. Yu He had already arranged for several Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard this place, so when they noticed Yang Kai's appearance, they bowed respectfully, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and casually made some encouraging remarks to them before he headed straight towards the Territory Gate. A short while later, he arrived at High Heaven Palace. The first thing he did was visit his parents and check on the cultivation situation of his two disciples. Xiaoya was as dazzlingly talented as ever. Even though it had only been half a year since she arrived at the star boundary, she had already advanced by 3 minor realms. It could be seen just how terrifying her aptitude was. Naturally, it was also related to the extremely favorable cultivation environment in the star boundary. While inside Yang Kai's small universe, she would not have been able to advance so quickly even if she did not deliberately try to suppress her cultivation. In comparison, Zhao Yibai seemed a little pitiful. His cultivation was lower than Zhao Ya's by several great realms, so it stood to reason that the speed of his cultivation should be much faster than hers. Even so, he only managed to advance by 2 minor realms. After asking some questions and resolving certain issues that the two little ones faced during their cultivation, Yang Kai left. He had not informed anybody about his return, but the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises had clearly sensed his aura. It didn't take long before Hua Qingxi came to report, Sect Master, Elder Yu has sent a message. In 3 days, the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be visiting High Heaven Palace to discuss the matter related to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with you. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Be sure to make some preparations in advance. The last time the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had gathered at High Heaven Palace, it was to discuss the construction of the Tao temples in the star boundary and the recruitment of disciples. Hence, High Heaven Palace had some experience in providing hospitality to them. Yes, she answered. By the way, how did they communicate with you all this time? He asked. Shizheng laughed. The 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises make up more than 100 top forces in the 3,000 worlds. I'm sure that meeting your requirements will not be a problem, Sect Master Yang. Even so, both parties are free to negotiate with each other. The time that each sect can use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace is limited, not to mention that they will be taking turns to wait in line. Therefore, Langya Paradise would like to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace for a longer time. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. How long? 3 to 5 years. If possible, 8 to 10 years. Yang Kai smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. You must be joking, Elder Shi. Even if each sect was allowed to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace for 3 months, it would take more than 300 months for the 100-plus sects to each use it once. That meant that some 20 to 30 years would pass before each sect could have another opportunity to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to allow Langya Paradise to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace for 3 to 5 years, much less 8 to 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to Open Heaven Realm Masters under normal circumstances. For instance, repairing the Universe Temples had taken Yang Kai a whole 20 years to complete. It was just that nobody was willing to wait so long. Moreover, the elite disciples from various sects in the star boundary would not take long to grow up, and once they condensed their Dao seal, they would need a large supply of high-order materials. Shizheng said sternly, "This matter might be difficult for others, but it shouldn't be much trouble for you, Sect Master Yang. You only need to put forward conditions that cannot be met by any of the sects during the meeting IJ 3 days so that negotiations will break down. Before the results of the discussion come out, Langya Paradise can use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace for a while. As for how long we can use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, that will depend on your means, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Voidland is currently using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. If I could create such an opportunity, why would I give up these benefits to outsiders? At that thought, he shook his head. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Shi. I'm just the palace master of High Heaven Palace. The cave heavens and paradises are existences that my generation looks up to. Although I have the qualifications to negotiate with them, I'm nothing more than the representative for Great Evolution Paradise. I cannot reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Besides, I'm sure that the discussion to be held in 3 days will reach a conclusion. Shizheng showed no signs of annoyance and simply chuckled before saying, "There's no hurry to reject my request, Sect Master Yang." Aside from Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor who were guarding the new Great Territories Territory Gate, and Bustling World Great Emperor who was overseeing High Heaven Star City, the remaining 5 had been alerted to these changes. They included Serene Soul Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, Ice Feather Great Emperor, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, and Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor. As they looked around at each other, Serene Soul Great Emperor frowned and asked, "Where is Yang Kai?" All of them were here, so the abnormalities in the star boundary had nothing to do with them. In that case, only one possibility remained. Yang Kai was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force, but his attempts were interrupted for some reason. That was the only explanation for the repeated attempts. They all shook their heads. Ever since learning that they could directly refine and absorb the star boundary's world force to enhance the heritage of their respective small universes, they had been cultivating in retreat without regard for affairs in the outside world. If not for the major commotion today, they would not have gathered together today. Who among them would know where Yang Kai was? At that moment, Xianxia rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that the 5 of them had come out of retreat, she quickly shouted, "Sect Master might be in danger." "What happened?" Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun asked solemnly. Xianxia immediately informed them about how Shizheng had invited Yang Kai for a private meeting. The 5 of them scowled after listening to the explanation. Yao Jun said, "Looks like Yang Kai is really in danger after all. He would not have tried to borrow the Star Boundaries world force otherwise. This matter cannot be delayed, we need to assist him immediately." The rest nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to rush into the sky though, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll go." They turned to look in that direction only to see Yu Changdao heading towards them. It was obvious that he had heard their conversation just now. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who stayed at High Heaven Palace all the time after all, so it was extremely easy for him to investigate the situation if he wanted to. Yu Changdao noticed the wary look that the great emperors were giving him and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the cave heavens and paradises. The specific reasons will have to be carefully investigated. I will definitely give you an explanation when I return." This incident had occurred after Yang Kai went to meet with Shizheng, so the great emperors were naturally suspicious as to whether the cave heavens and paradises had done anything underhanded in secret. That was why they were so vigilant when Yu Changdao appeared. This matter could not be delayed though, and Yu Changdao knew that he could not explain himself quickly, so he decided not to waste his time. Nodding at the great emperors, he immediately soared into the sky. However, he could not win without transforming into his Grand Dragon form because he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Only by transforming into the Grand Dragon would he have the qualification to openly compete with a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. For a time, the scene was as tragic as could be. The majestic Grand Dragon was practically a punching bag for Shizheng, and Yang Kai suffered endless beatings. Shizheng threw numerous divine abilities and secret techniques in quick succession, and when those attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon scales, many of them were blasted off. The attacks of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were extraordinary indeed. Yang Kai felt pain coming from all over his body. It was doubtful if there was a single spot on his body that did not hurt. Fortunately, a Grand Dragon had innately powerful defenses. Yang Kai also activated his wood element power, which contained the condensed essence of the immortal tree. Relying on these abilities to heal these injuries during battle, he barely managed to persevere. In any case, his aim was not to kill Shizheng, but rather to buy time by delaying him here. That was enough. As long as Shizheng did not cast his divine manifestation, he could not do anything to Yang Kai. During the battle, Yang Kai gradually familiarized himself with the body of a Grand Dragon. At the beginning, he focused only on defending himself as he was powerless to fight back. However, he slowly became capable of counterattacking as the fight went on. Although the number of times that Yang Kai managed to counterattack were few and far between, every one of those attacks frightened Shizheng greatly. There was no helping it, though, as even the local space would be shredded when the huge dragon claws swiped towards him. If he was caught in those dragon claws, even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him would die. Hence, he summoned his divine manifestation once more while Yang Kai was unprepared. At the same time, he desperately drew upon his strength to create a heaven-sealing earth-locking cage around them. This attack had to kill Yang Kai, for if he missed this opportunity, then he was bound to suffer a tragic ending. That was why he waited for a perfect moment to activate his divine manifestation and use the heaven-sealing earth-locking technique. Yang Kai had no way to escape. Even if he had the ability to break the void to flee, doing so would undoubtedly take a few breaths in this situation. When masters fought each other, a single breath was more than enough to determine the difference between life and death. Shizheng originally believed that Yang Kai would try to escape again when he summoned his divine manifestation, but who could have anticipated that Yang Kai wouldn't turn to flee this time around? Moreover, his dragon eyes seemed to indicate that he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others.